Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in four basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism.
But freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. The only way they can inherit the freedom we have known is if we fight for it, protect it, defend it, and then hand it to them with the well-taught lessons of how they in their lifetime must do the same. And if you and I don't do this, then you and I may well spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it once was like in America when men were free.
I stand with you as a citizen, a veteran, a patriot, but more important, as an American. We stand together as proud patriots who deeply love our country and believe in the principles of freedom. America should not fear our enemies. We should clearly define our enemies, face them head on, and then defeat those that seek to threaten our country.
We have an army of digital soldiers.
I'm here tonight as a determined American who loves our country. And my message to you is very clear. Wake up, America.
call us deplorable, and we love the name. They got the bodies in the dirt and need someone to blame. Got a penchant for greed and money to spare. They put the dollars in the coffers and the lies in the air. Well, we go one, we go all. I won't push you down, you won't let me fall. One day for sure we will stand tall. Where we go one, we go all. We are the patriots, trust the plan because we have it all and the fate is in our hands. Had a reason to fool us, but we didn't take the bait. They want to take us to hell, but we got guns at the gate. Where we go one, we go all. I won't push you down, you won't let me fall. One day for sure we will stand tall. Where we go one, we go all. They call it a conspiracy. It's the one last lie. We know who they are, and we got them in our sights. Our knowledge is power. They're running for the hills. If the law don't get them, then we the people will. Well, we go one, we go all. I won't push you down. You won't let me fall. One day for sure we will stand tall. Where we go one, we go all. We go all. I won't push you down. You won't let me fall. One day for sure we will stand tall. Where we go one, we go all.
Give me a good reason, at least two, why you don't like Trump.
He's racist. Yup, boomy. Thank you guys.
Okay, so let me ask you a dumb question. Can you define what does it mean to be racist?
Do you want me to look up a definition?
No. I want you to. You said he's a racist, so you must have a definition of racism in your mind. Tell me what that definition is.
Okay, so, I'm gonna make you guys wait on this. Zero knowledge.
Guys, please don't heckle. I want to try to understand because these words have a lot of meaning.
Yeah.
But you can't get. I know it's hard on the spot. I just want you to think about it because if you say Trump is a racist, you should be able to easily give a definition of what that word means.
So it's hatred towards another race, right?
So when has he ever exhibited that? Give me clear and specific examples.
Well, yeah, I heard someone say he told. Yes!
Okay, but let me just help you out here. Because you can't give me an example off the top of your head, and even when you phone a friend to the audience. I'm not criticizing you. Maybe the media is lying to you. Maybe the man who's being called a racist is actually someone that's trying to improve lives of all Americans. What, you think he's a racist because the media has told you he's a racist?
I think this is fun, guys, so...
You, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, do solemnly swear
I, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, do solemnly swear
that you will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of your ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
President Johnson, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chief Justice, President Eisenhower, Vice President Nixon, President Truman, Reverend clergy, fellow citizens. We observe today not a victory of party, but a celebration of freedom, symbolizing an end as well as a beginning, signifying renewal as well as change. For I have sworn before you and Almighty God the same solemn oath our forebears prescribed nearly a century and 3/4 ago. The world is very different now, for man holds in his mortal hands the power to abolish all forms of human poverty and all forms of human life. And yet the same revolutionary beliefs for which our forebears fought are still at issue around the globe. The belief that the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God. We dare not forget today that we are the heirs of that first revolution. Let the word go forth from this time and place to friend and foe alike that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by a hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage, and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those human rights to which this nation has always been committed and to which we are committed today at home and around the world. Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe to assure the survival and the success of liberty. This much we pledge and more. To those old allies whose cultural and spiritual origins we share, we pledge the loyalty of faithful friends. United, there is little we cannot do in a host of cooperative ventures. Divided, there is little we can do, for we dare not meet a powerful challenge at odds and split asunder. To those new states whom we welcome to the ranks of the free, we pledge our word that one form of colonial control shall not have passed away, merely to be replaced by a far more iron tyranny. We shall not always expect to find them supporting our view, but we shall always hope to find them strongly supporting their own freedom, and to remember that in the past, those who foolishly sought power
if the courts are going to be the ones who are shaping policy, does the president wish he would have just become a judge instead?
I think the president would take this job over being. I can confirm that Special Envoy Witkoff and the president submitted a ceasefire proposal to Hamas that Israel backed and supported. Israel signed off on this proposal before it was sent to Hamas. I can also confirm that those discussions are continuing, and we hope that a ceasefire in Gaza will take place so we can return all of the hostages home, and that's been a priority from this administration from the beginning. I won't comment further as we are in the midst of this right now.
Today, it gives me great pleasure to terminate all Department of the Navy's testing on cats and dogs, saving taxpayer dollars and ending these inhumane studies. This is long overdue. In addition to this termination, I'm directing the Surgeon General of the Navy to conduct a comprehensive review of all medical research programs to ensure they align with ethical guidelines, scientific necessity, and our core values of integrity and readiness.
So on Memorial Day, President Trump veered off script during his speech with a scathing attack on Joe Biden. Man, I'm glad Joe isn't alive to hear this.
But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope.
So that street goes from that pyramid straight to Danny Thomas's hospital. There used to be 2 blocks, right? There's 2 blocks that nothing's been built on since they tore down the hospital. That hospital is where they put the pillow over Martin Luther King's mouth and killed him right there. He didn't die at the Lorraine Motel. It's kind of...
For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep.
Right down the street is where they built, is where that 321-foot Bass Pro Shop pyramid is. And of course, that's where we go from dark to light. The darkest days to the lightest days on March 21st, which is 33. On the other side is 9/21. Junior got married on 9/21.
For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God. And the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds, to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore comfort one another with these words. This is the word of the Lord.
The United States went bankrupt on March 9th, 3/9, which when you hold up your OK sign, when you hold up your OK sign to somebody else, not only is it the 666, but the 3 fingers is a W, and your arm in the circle is a P, white power. But on your side, you see your arm in the circle, which is a 9, and the 3 fingers, 93. And of course, 39 and 93 is 132. Not only is Princess Diana 132, but the plane crash, Junior's plane crash, 7 plus 1 plus 6 plus 99 plus the P plus the C is 132. JFK Jr. is alive, 132.
Anthony Weiner in the house. How you doing, my guy? So, I mean,
who are you carrying for?
I'm carrying for a candidate, but hey,
what candidate?
Let's talk about all of those things you guys, you and the Clintons have done over the years with all those people that died, those strange deaths.
Really?
Anthony Weiner, folks, the guy who's been texting minors.
One more to the
Look
list.
at this guy.
Add this guy to the list.
This is Anthony
Jim
Weiner.
Walden, this is who's working for you.
It's almost time,
Jim
folks.
Walden, this is
It's
who's
almost
working for
time,
you.
folks.
Jim Walden.
It's almost time, son. Anthony Weiner, the pedophile.
What about you, pal?
Anthony Weiner.
What about you?
How about all of those?
Drop something?
How about all of those?
Who's it? Jim Walden.
How about all of those?
Jim Walden.
How about all of those crazy
Walden,
deaths
look,
with the
working
Clinton
for you.
family
Jim
and
Walden.
those spirit cookings?
Yeah, add one more.
Yeah, how about all of that
Add one more.
adrenochrome? What's up with all that
Add
adrenochrome,
one
my
more,
guy?
pal.
You look like you got
You
some
wanna add
adrenochrome
one more?
on.
You want to add one more?
Hey, look at Anthony Weiner, folks. Anthony Weiner. Hey, we about to find out about those Clinton files and all that stuff.
Who are you carrying?
Who
are you afraid to say?
Let's go.
Can we get it? Say the words.
I have so much to show you. Stop resisting. You have to wake up.
The simplest way I could say it right here, right now, American taxpayer money, your tax dollars, are funding the Taliban right now. And this has been going on since September 2021. On a weekly basis, the United States, the current administration, Mr. Joe Biden, has been sending $40 million, not from his own checking account. It's the U.S. payers, Americans' tax dollars. He's sending them $40 million cash every week that ends up in Afghanistan. And it's a very complex system. The money goes to the Afghanistan International Bank that lacks any authority to convert this dollar to Afghani, to auction it. right? And so this money, AIB gives it to the Taliban-controlled Central Bank of Afghanistan. When I say Central Bank, think Federal Reserves. So the money goes there. Now, who is in charge of Afghanistan's central bank right now? Nur Ahmad Agha, sanctioned terrorist, sanctioned by the United States for financing IED attacks against our soldiers that killed American soldiers. He runs the central bank. He gets $40 million every week. Now, once the money reaches the central bank, they hold what is called a bidding and auctioning session, where they invite individuals that are involved with the Hawala system, licensed money dealers. They invite them, and they're bidding. Everyone bids on who wants to buy this dollar, and for
See the stone set Laughter meets fear. Confusion all around as I try to feel these mouths. Never known the same. And before I land one more tear hit the ground, I will be the one standing between you and the sound of the rounds echoing out of the dark. Smoke and the spark aimed at the heart of the flame. I am the keeper. I cannot see the light at the end of the tunnel tonight. My eyes are weary, and before I let one more life be erased from the ashes, I will rise for you and the ghosts of names, faces and frames, the love and the pain. For you I'll remain, though I'm not worthy of being the keeper of the flame. I am the keeper. I am the keeper.
Okay. My daughter was a 29-year-old nurse who was killed by the Pfizer vaccine. And I talk to vaccine-injured people every day. They're being ignored. They are hurting. They aren't getting disability. They aren't getting help from anybody. What are we going to do about this?
I'm so sorry. Y'all couldn't hear that back here, but her daughter is 29, passed away as a complication of the Pfizer vaccine. Is that right, the COVID vaccine? It is an issue around the country, and it hasn't been given the due attention that it needs. We'll have some hearings in the new Congress about that to figure out who's responsible and why. Was there adequate warning and all the rest? It's affected a lot of families around the country. So I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
So sorry.
I'm a pharmacist. I saw the warnings.
Yeah.
They were out there. I was censored.
You were censored?
I was censored on social media, and my daughter died because of it.
Well, she says that some of the warnings were out there, and she tried to share it, and she was censored on social media. That is not a conspiracy theory. That actually happened. You know it did. In fact, there was a big court case that came out on July 4th, not this year, but previous year, 143 pages. The Western District of Louisiana, a federal court looked at all the evidence, and they said that the White House, the Biden-Harris White House, were working with the big tech platforms in Silicon Valley, meeting with them almost weekly through the FBI field office out there, a guy named Elvis Chan. You can Google this, okay? Well, maybe not Google. You can find it elsewhere. But they censored and silenced different viewpoints on the COVID vaccine, the dangers of it, and all that. It's all detailed in this long court opinion. He said the censorship was so great that it was dystopian in its scope. It was like it's some sort of. He said it was the greatest violation of free speech in the history of the First Amendment. Okay, so that's real. It really did happen, and real people suffered because of it. We've got to make sure that people who appreciate and are willing to give their lives to protect our freedoms and the First Amendment and the Second Amendment and all of all of our fundamental freedoms. Those are the people in charge of these decisions, not the big state government elitists. And that's what happened, and that's the problem. And people literally died because of it. And I'm so sorry for your loss. So this guy will fight for those freedoms every single day. You know that. I promise you that. Yes, sir, over here.
Implant aborted baby parts into lab animals. Have you heard of that sort of research?
Yeah, we did an analysis a few years ago showing that over 90% of experiments with using human fetal tissue and putting them involved animals were funded by Fauci's NIAID.
Do you know where they're getting the aborted human fetal tissue?
A lot of it is happening at colleges and universities that have affiliated hospitals that perform that procedure.
Madam Chair, I think we need to look into that as well.
I'm never going to take another vaccine in my life, and I will never trust the government again. I'll also never trust the healthcare system. I'm never going to eat a fucking bug, and I'm never going to comply with lockdowns or masks. I'm never going to believe the mainstream media again. I'm never going to acknowledge your pronouns. And I will never acknowledge a pedophile for anything but that. Although there is one thing I would like to thank our elite pedophiles for. They woke up a group of people that are going to destroy them. I'm here for two things, freedom and up. And I'll tell you right now, I'm running out of freedom.
Put me out in front of the cameras and tell me what to say. That's what I'd say.
Wow.
I took their money and they put me out in front of the cameras and told me what to say. That's what I'd say.
Wow.
We've gathered here today to pay homage to the children that are being aborted in this abortuary. We're doing this because abortion is wrong. And I, as the former Jane Roe of Roe versus Wade, do regret signing the affidavit for the pro-abortion camps. That was probably about it.
It was all an act.
Yeah. I did it well, too. I am a good actress. Of course, I'm not acting now. I did it well, too.
That really hurts because stakes. It's big stakes. It's just really big stakes.
I had never heard her say anything like this. Never. But I know what we were doing. And there were times I was sure she knew. And I wondered, is she playing us? What I didn't have the guts to say was, because I know damn well we're playing her. What we did with Norma was highly unethical. The jig is up.
Feel the funk, y'all. Let it flow.
All right, so I'm out here in Hawaii, and I'm reporting on another complete scandal that FEMA and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers are right at the center of. Behind me here, you can see these tiny homes that were built by and paid for by FEMA to provide temporary housing to Lahaina fire victims. But you won't believe the cost. Each one of these tiny homes is only about 490 square feet, and they're about as basic as they get. But each one of these cost over $826,000 per unit, which is over $1,600 per square foot. This is a total ripoff, and the U.S. taxpayer is paying for it. Check out my next video so I can explain how the state of Hawaii is taking advantage of this.
U.S. foreign policy is being synchronized with the George Soros policy recommendations. And a lot of this is because it's not just that George Soros is the largest donor to the Democrat Party. And, Bill Clinton was obviously the Democrat president. George Soros, provided 2.5 times more than any other single individual to the Democrats in the last election cycle. But it's that
in this last election cycle?
Yeah, for Joe Biden, $100 million. I think the second largest was 40.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Why does the public education system not teach the Declaration of Independence? They'll talk about all kinds of other things, but they will not discuss the American Declaration of Independence. Because the American Declaration of Independence very clearly says that it is the people's duty to overthrow a tyrannical government. The duty of the people to overthrow a tyrannical government. Therein lies the purpose of the Second Amendment. It's not about anything else. Our Second Amendment is so that we can be well armed in the unlikely event that we ever have to 1776 again. Right, our founding fathers had literally just fought a Revolutionary War. They understood the value of the people being well armed. In fact, little history note, the battles of Lexington and Concord that started the Revolutionary War, those were fought over munitions depots. Lexington and Concord are where the colonists had their guns. And the British understood that if the colonials were well armed, they had a problem on their hands. So they tried in the middle of the night, they tried to go take the guns. That's where the infamous the British are coming, because they had a system set up because they feared that the tyrants would come try to take their guns. Well, does that sound a little familiar? Does that sound like something that, I don't know, maybe we worry about today? I think the reason they don't teach the Declaration of Independence to children is because if they did, it would red pill the crap out of a whole bunch of young people all across the country, because they would read the grievances of our founding fathers, and they would say, well, hang on, wait a minute, these are the exact same grievances that I have today. See, history never changes itself. It's cyclical. It just repeats over and over and over. And we're not that far off from history repeating itself again. And I think that that's the reason that they don't talk about the Declaration of Independence in our schools. In fact, another reason that they don't discuss the Declaration of Independence in our schools is because the Declaration of Independence directly mentions the name of God Almighty multiple times. Right? It says that we understand that our rights are given to us by God and not government.
Ana Paulina Luna, America's Congresswoman from my beloved Florida. This military spouse, Air Force veteran, Maxim model, Turning Point influencer, badass Congresswoman is a force in the United States House of Representatives. She led the resolution to censure Adam Schiff. She's a tireless advocate for fellow veterans in her Tampa Bay area district. She's an excellent communicator and a thought leader in the strident House Freedom Caucus. Did you also know there was a plot to assassinate her during her second and successful run for Congress? In 2021, during the Republican primary for Florida's 13th congressional district, candidate William Robert Braddock III, which, by the way, is just a delightful name, he threatened to have his opponent, Congresswoman Luna, assassinated. In a recorded call with a GOP activist, Braddock claimed that he would employ a Russian-Ukrainian hit squad to eliminate Luna if she continued to perform well in the polls because voters actually like her. If that sounds crazy to you, it sounded crazy to a lot of people. They said she was nuts. They said I was nuts to endorse her. But then listen to the tape.
If the poll says Luna's going to win, she's going to be gone. She's going to disappear. She's a stupid, excuse my language, social media influencer.
Yeah.
There's no reason she should be in office.
Let's just say that, Luna's going to win.
She won't. And if we have polling that proves she won't, she's going to be gone, period. That's end of discussion. Luna's not an issue.
How do we make her go?
I call up my Russian and Ukrainian hit squad, and within 24 hours, they're sending me pictures of her disappearing. Close battle, combat, Tech 9s, MAC-10s, silencers kind of thing. No snipers. No. Up close and personal, so they know the person. They know that the target is gone. Don't be on the wrong side of supporting Luna.
Yeah.
Because if you're near her when time comes, I just don't want that to happen to you when you've got kids. I'm not just blowing smoke here. I'm being dead ass serious, and it scares me too.
I don't even know what to say. That's unlike any discussion I've literally ever heard in the context of politics. And when you see that type of a person put themselves up for public office, it makes you wonder what kind of vetting we're doing on them. The incident prompted Luna to seek a restraining order against Braddock, and Braddock subsequently left the country, resided in Thailand, and then later moved to the Philippines. In 2023, he surrendered to authorities in Manila and was extradited to the United States. And just this week, Braddock was sentenced to 3 years in federal prison after pleading guilty to transmitting an interstate threat of injury. I just have to take him out. 3 years? They gave George Santos 7 years for OnlyFans. This guy was out there threatening to kill his opponent and describing in detail how she was going to be murdered, and he got only 3 years? I think he should rot in prison.
Well, Satan has his army. You just look at the world around you. And to no one's surprise, it's those who are in control of the airwaves. What we see, what we hear, how we live. It's the people in power, because Satan is the ruler of this world. The world, its successes, its riches, are his to give at a price. That's why the devil took Jesus up on the mountain. He could promise him all the kingdoms in the world, but for the price. Just simply fall down and worship him. A price that many in this world pay. You see, that's why evil is in such a large and influential public sphere. Hollywood, the music industry, those who are in control of things of this world. These puppets don't have a mind of their own anymore. They follow their father, the devil. They do his bidding. There is no truth in them because there is no truth in him. These are the people influencing your children. These are not artistic styles, nuances, tendencies. These are purposeful, destructive, and intentional to capture the minds and hearts of our children and the rest of us. Just think about how catchy that one song is, or how memorable that one scene was. And you're an adult. And this is why we don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the darkness of this world. This is why we fight to protect our children. This world is falling fast into darkness. And the funny thing is that these people, they worship a being who bows down to the real king, the one true God Almighty, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. Oh, Satan has an army, all right. But so does God. Just remember, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me, and that includes defeating Satan and his little minions. Never forget that. It's time to put that into practice, and it's time to start fighting back against the evil in this world.
Empaths go through two awakenings. First, they love without limits. They give too much, bend too far, and shrink to make others feel big. It's not weakness. It's survival. It's the fear of being left, the ache of being too much. But eventually something breaks. And when it does, the rebuild begins. Now they love with wisdom. Now they speak with boundaries. Still kind, but not compliant. Still soft, but no longer swallowed. They didn't lose their empathy. They just learned how to wield it.
I can't sit next to this thing.
No worries. I'm going to go speak to the captain.
Please speak to the captain. Please.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Ah! Oh my God, he's assaulting me. I knew it. All these maggots, he just hit me. Oh! Please call the medic. I need a medic right away.
I didn't do it. I just reported that. I didn't do it.
I need a medic right now.
She's crazy.
He assaulted me.
Calm down.
Okay? We have a solution. I did speak to the captain, and he does agree that nobody should be in this position for us. We do have a seat available in first class. Thank you. Sir, if you want to come with me, I'm going to escort you to first class. Okay? Ma'am, you are welcome to sit in your
you're doing the wrong thing right now. You're doing the wrong thing. You know what? You don't know who I am. You don't know who I am, but you are going to get the worst reviews, and I feel like you're going to be grounded for a long time. This is your fault. I don't even think you talked to the captain. Get this maggot out of my way, please. Get out of here, maggot.
Later, ma'am, okay?
Later, I want him now.
All right.
Right now.
In 2005, an arrangement between Canada, Mexico, and the United States was made. This arrangement, unannounced to the public, unregulated by Congress, merges the United States, Mexico, and Canada into one entity, erasing all borders. It's called the North American Union, and you might want to ask yourself why you've never heard of this. In fact, there is only one mainstream reporter who has actually heard of and has had the courage to cover this issue.
President Bush signed a formal agreement that will end the United States as we know it. And he took the step without approval from either the U.S. Congress or the people of the United States.
This isn't some trade agreement. It is a total removal of sovereignty from these countries, which will also result in a completely new currency called the Amero.
The Amero is the proposed new currency for the North American community, which is being developed right now between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico to make a borderless community, much like the EU, and the dollar, Canadian dollar, U.S. dollar, and the Mexican peso replaced by the Amero.
By default of this agreement, the American Constitution will eventually be obsolete. You would think that a situation like this would be on the cover of every major newspaper. That is until you realize that the people who are behind this movement are the same people behind the mainstream media, and you are not told what you're not supposed to know. But the last thing the men behind the curtain want is a conscious, informed public capable of critical thinking. They seek to keep you in a distracted, naive bubble. And they are doing a damn good job of it.
In a breakfast mess. Let's play Twister, let's play Risk. I'll see you in heaven if you make the list. Now, Andy, did you hear about this one? Tell me, are you locked in the pond? Are you goofing on Elvis too, baby? Are we losing touch? If you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon. If you believe there's nothing up his sleeve, and nothing is cool.
Let's look at the photo. You say that's me? Okay, check out the name badge. It says Aldrin. Looks like you're right, but notice the helmet. Can you see my face? No. This is a secret I've been keeping for almost half a century. On July 20th, 1969, Neil Armstrong and I pulled off humanity's first extraterrestrial prank.
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest. It didn't happen. It could have been scary.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
If you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon. If you believe there's nothing up their sleeve, nothing is cool. goes for the offering. Yeah, 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 yeah. Here's a truck stop instead of St. Peter's. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mr. Andy Kaufman's gone wrestling. Yeah, 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 yeah. Andy, did you hear about this one? Tell me, are you locked in the pines? Hey, Andy, are you goofing on Elvis, baby? Are we losing tough? If you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon. If you believe there's nothing up their sleeve, then nothing is cool.
Many legal experts are now suggesting the AutoPen, a machine that signs documents on behalf of the president, requires at least 5 levels of approval: lawyers, policy advisors, and ultimately the president himself. But here's the problem. There's no record of that approval, not for some of Biden's most serious acts, like presidential pardons. So if you're one of the people who received a pardon, but there's no proof the president authorized it, are you actually pardoned? Legal scholars say there's only one way to find out. Take it to court. Indict someone who got one of those robotic signatures, and let the legal system decide if it holds up. Because if it doesn't, we may be looking at a crisis of legitimacy, where machines impersonate presidents and unelected staff wield the powers of the Constitution. The lack of transparency forces us to a chilling possibility that the Constitution was subverted by the Biden administration. And if that's true, it's a crime against every American. My friends, we are all anonymous. And to those hiding behind machines and signatures without souls, we see you.
It is without question, and maybe even worse than Watergate in some ways. Right. How powerful the presidency is, and how presidents get surrounded by people who have a vested interest in keeping that president propped up.
Joe Biden reviewed 1,538 clemency actions in one day. If the signings happened with each clemency action getting a 5-minute review, it would take 17 and a half days if working 8-hour days.
Something supported by a lot of conservatives out there. What do you make of this?
It's a little confusing to me, honestly. I'm sure it's a huge adjustment to go from being a podcaster to being the deputy director of the FBI, but I don't understand this tweet. First of all, I assume that the investigation of the pipe bomb that was found on January 6th was never closed. The FBI never closes such a thing, so I guess it means they're going to focus on it more. And as to the other things, I thought the Supreme Court marshal had investigated the leak of the opinion, the draft opinion. I don't know what the FBI's role is there. Cocaine at the White House, I thought the Secret Service investigated that, so I don't follow it and understand it. I also don't understand who the audience is for this tweet. The FBI often calls for public assistance, or in matters of great public concern will announce an investigation to reassure the public. This seems much more narrowly targeted, maybe to a former podcast audience.
The FBI is opening up an investigation into the cover-ups
of the White House cocaine, the DNC pipe bomb, and the Supreme Court abortion leaks. The last 4 years, one big cover-up. Comer told us the other night that he's already subpoenaed Biden aides to come in for depositions. And he'll be issuing subpoenas to Hunter and Dr. Jill, too. Sometimes when you confess to a crime, you feel better. A big weight is taken off your shoulders. Liberal philosopher Sam Harris said, "I'd destroy democracy to beat Trump."
Even that is preferable to me and to, I think, many Democrats than having someone who we consider to be genuinely evil, genuinely 100% purposed to serving himself in the office of the presidency. I would rather have a president in a coma where the duties of the presidency are executed by a committee of just normal people.
Like Haiti had a death rate. Haiti, if you remember at the beginning of the pandemic, we were told the poor countries of Africa are going to be devastated by this because they can't get a hold of the vaccines. Haiti is the poorest country in the hemisphere. It had a 1.3% vaccination rate, so virtually nobody got a vaccine.
Right.
They had a COVID rate of 14 deaths per million population. We had a death rate of 3,000 per million population. American blacks had a death rate of probably 3,600 per million population.
That is incredible.
We had 200 times death rate of Haiti. We had 200 times death rate of Nigeria, which had a 1.4% vaccination rate. Oh, and there's other reasons for that. Those are younger populations, which were less affected by COVID deaths. They're out in the sun more, and they've got a lot of other, advantages in that situation. But, there's something wrong with our country.
1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 9. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Down. Up. 2. Down.
You are the ones that hold the line. You spend the best years of your life, your young years of your life in uniform, staying fit, staying ready, putting yourself willingly in harm's way for 330 million people who are a long way away. And I'm here to tell you that it matters a lot. We see it. We understand the challenges you face. There's 3 pillars of what we're trying to do. Restore the warrior ethos. That's part of what you're doing right here. Staying fit every day, staying ready every day, staying accountability to each other in the chain of command every day, focusing on war fighting and lethality. We're seeking peace. You can see that from President Trump. He seeks peace. He wants peace for us and our families at home. But the pathway to peace is strength right here.
Greetings. We are from the future. Everything is going to be all right. Humanity is about to undergo an astonishing revolution. Many have called for this revolution, but few understand what it truly means. This coming revolution is part of a great progression towards an awakening of staggering proportions. Life Force is the creative, self-organizing intelligence orchestrating all of this behind the scenes. Life Force is experienced by you as the feeling of love, for life and love are the same. What humanity is about to become is quite inconceivable to you right now, but we are here to help make this transition a little easier. Like gyroscopic force stabilizes a motorcycle, Life Force, love, stabilizes all living systems. Populations full of love cultivate honesty, courage, and generosity, self-organizing and self-regulating without the need for coercive control. Populations with deficits in love, however, succumb to fear, violence, and corruption, inviting coercive governments to combat the chaos and entropy that arise in the absence of love's organizing intelligence. Just as Life Force is experienced as love, entropy is experienced as ego, hatred, and fear. The corrupt and the power-hungry feed on this fear. Without enough gyroscopic force to keep it upright, a motorcycle falls. Likewise, without enough love to keep them upright, free and idealistic governments fall. Populations too fearful, selfish, and chaotic to stand on their own invite despotic governments to forcefully rule and stabilize them. As long as a population has more fear than love, what appears to be democracy is often little more than a spectacle to mesmerize the masses. Autocratic power still operates behind the scenes. Media directs people's unconscious fears and aggressions towards invented enemies, insane competitiveness, rabid consumerism, and addiction. This system will self-destruct. This system glorifies the ego, the embodiment of entropy, which convinces you that you are alone against the world, causing alienation, fear, and aggression. The core values of your culture have been hijacked, forging a pathologically antisocial, anti-ecological system obsessed with profit, power, and control. This system will self-destruct. Real change must now come from outside the system. Real change must now come from you. Just as free and idealistic governments can't survive the entropy of populations filled with fear, egoic, coercive power structures can't survive the creative, self-organizing energy of people filled with love. Gandhi called this energy soul force, life force, love force. It is the fundamental force behind all nonviolent revolution and the unassailable creative intelligence of life. True freedom and equality requires a population alive with this self-organizing intelligence. The coming awakening happens in stages, and the next stage is the revolution of love. Love is the organizing force behind all that is beautiful, joyful, and creative in this world. Power structures are merely the reflection of a population's levels of love or fear, but true love casts out all fear, making graceful revolution not only possible, but inevitable. So the next stage is the revolution of love. When you unleash the sentient energies of love, then for the second time in the history of the world, humanity will have discovered fire. The fires of love will spread through all people and all systems, shaping the world in its own image. Love is a force of nature, and so are you. The coming singularity happens in stages, and the next stage is the revolution of love. The love that fuels this revolution begins with you. Love is increased through communion, song, mindfulness, prayer, humor, forgiveness, and connection. We will reveal more in future transmissions, but for now, communicate to every sentient being you encounter. I see you. You are not alone. We are in
Just yesterday morning, they let me know you were gone. Suzanne, the plans they made put an end to you. I walked out this morning and I wrote down this song. I just can't remember who to send it to. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again. Won't you look down upon me, Jesus? You gotta help me make a stand. You just got to see me through another day. My body's aching and my time is at hand. I won't make it any other way. Whoa, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. Seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again. Been walking my mind to an easy time, my back turned towards the sun. Lord knows when the cold wind blows, it'll turn your head around. Well, there's hours of time on the telephone line to talk about things to come. Sweet dreams and flying machines in pieces on the ground. Oh, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you, baby, one more time again now. Thought I'd see you one more time again. There's just a few things coming my way this time around now. Thought I'd see you, thought I'd see you far away now.
God bless you, Patriots, and welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. It's Friday, and I have a bird on my hand again. But I just saw the funniest thing. I have this globe over here that's on a stand, and he landed on the globe, and he kept spinning the globe, trying to stay on it. It's freaking hilarious. My brother gave me this flag I wanted to show you guys real quick before we get started. Kind of cool. I'm not going to leave it there because I don't want to cover your cards, but I thought it was kind of cool. It's good to see you guys. I hope you have had a pretty good day today. There's actually a lot of news going on, a lot of interesting things too, and we're going to look at it in no specific order. There's also a couple new things from Lieutenant Colonel Bosey, and I think there's some new Juan even, so there's all kinds of stuff to check out tonight. He just kind of stays there. Does this happen to anyone else? Anyone else have that problem? All right, let's get going. First, I want to show you this Captain Kylot, but this a couple times actually. QFS is not available yet. No one has to set anything up. Please report, block, and delete any scammers that say otherwise. I see a ton of that going around, mostly on Telegram, but don't fall for it. Don't get caught up in it. And a sad note, if you remember the boy from not that long ago from the White House, DJ Daniel, they've just discovered that he's facing 3 new tumors. And so they're asking for prayers for Daniel. So drop DJ Daniel your prayers. He's the one that was talking about Jasmine Crockett the other day looking like a burnt marshmallow. You cute kid. That's sad. This is really messed up in California for people that lost their homes, this insurance deal. In your request, you report your home was damaged by the Palisades fire. You also acknowledge that your home was damaged by a windstorm. You assert that there should only be one claim for both events for these 2 claims and losses. The facts support that there were 2 separate and different occurrences that took place. So they're having to file 2 deductibles, one for the fire and the other for the wind damage to their homes. Is that not the most screwed up, messed up thing you've ever seen? I feel bad for you guys in California. And that's saying something for living in Illinois. The judge overseeing the Key Jeffrey Epstein related suit has died. U.S. District Court Judge Robert Sweet was appointed by President Jimmy Carter in 1978, confirmed the same year, and continued to hear and rule on cases through the last few months of his life. Interesting situation there, I've got to say, but you'll have to use your imagination on that one. In Texas, they're officially banning social transitioning of children in schools. I think this is a good thing. No child can identify as a gender different from their assigned sex at birth. This includes changes like using a different name, pronouns, or clothing style, or participating in activities aligned with their gender identity rather than their biological sex. I'm for it. I have a feeling they're going to catch some backlash over this, but let's take a look.
Hey guys, I want to thank you for your prayers. I got an amendment on Senate Bill 12 that bans social transitioning of our kids. This is something that I have been working on, sweating for 3 sessions, and now 4 years later we finally got it on, and I just can't tell you how happy I am, how excited I am that we banned social transitioning of kids in our schools. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for how you guys have spoken up and spoken out for this and demanded that leadership would listen to you. So I'm so grateful before the Lord, and I'm thankful for you guys and how much pressure you've put on the Texas legislature to get this done. God bless you.
All right. So hopefully, like everything else we see, it will start a trend amongst other states. We can only hope. Donald Trump gave a full pardon to former Army officer Mark Bashaw. He was court-martialed for not obeying COVID rules, such as wearing masks, taking COVID tests, or working remotely. And not only that, but Trump... Oh, I thought maybe I don't have it. I thought he had done something else with this guy, or was having him do something. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on that one. It's been a long day, but moving forward there, I want to show you this.
Trump pardons former Army officer convicted in court-martial of disobeying COVID rules. Washington. President Donald Trump has issued a full and unconditional pardon to a former U.S. Army officer who was found guilty by a special court-martial during the Biden administration for refusing to follow COVID-19 safety measures. Former Lieutenant Mark Bashaw, who was discharged from the Army after his 2022 conviction, received the pardon from Trump on May 28, a senior White House official confirmed. Bashaw was found guilty by a military judge for violating lawful orders for refusing to work remotely, reporting to office without submitting a COVID-19 test, and not wearing a face mask indoors, measures that were required of military members who chose not to get vaccinated for the COVID-19 virus. I got courts-martialed because I refused to participate with lies, Bashaw said in a 2020.
This is huge news, guys. People would have called you batshit crazy if you had even mentioned something like that happening years ago when all this was going on. I think it's pretty awesome, really. So there's been some data breaches, hacking stuff going on. 184 million passwords were leaked in a massive unencrypted data breach. Experts warn of global fallout. This came out this afternoon. And then this earlier, Ice Maiden hacked. Susan Wiles, Trump's chief of staff, is caught in sinister impersonation plot until fatal slip reveals true. Yeah, I don't think that's exactly what happened, but she got hacked. And we're going to take a look at these. Let's start with Susan Wiles.
This tells CBS News an unknown person or people got access to Chief of Staff Susie Wiles' personal cell phone and used her contacts to reach out to other top officials and then asked if the conversation could be continued on another platform. Now, some of the recipients of these calls and texts realized that the messages were suspicious because they came from an unknown number. And then Wiles explained to those people that her phone had been hacked. Now, this isn't the first time the administration has had an issue with cybersecurity. Back in March, top officials shared messages with a journalist over Signal accidentally. In response to this incident regarding Wiles, a White House official says, quote, the White House takes the cybersecurity of all staff very seriously, and this matter continues to be investigated.
Interesting. I wonder who's behind all this stuff. It doesn't seem like a coincidence. And yes, we should name the bird. Help us name the blackbird. Anyway, now I want to take a look at the password breaches real fast.
Now to a breach potentially affecting millions of logins and passwords. It was found online by a security researcher, and he said the information was publicly exposed.
Allison Gormley tells us what's the deal with how to protect yourself right now and in the future.
This information is all according to Jeremiah Fowler, a cybersecurity expert who said he's discovered thousands of issues over time.
I have a feeling you guys get the deal with all. It's not the first time that's happened. It seems like they announce that every so many months. Somebody just hacked into 900 billion passwords. You're all screwed. This one's a little more interesting. The Nashville, Tennessee mayor Freddie O'Connell's office doxed the names of ICE and DHS agents, then claimed it was a mistake. Not buying that one, but let's take a look at what they said about this.
Looks like Mayor O'Connell was involved in some sort of obstruction or the harboring of criminal illegal aliens in the great city of Nashville. But also just last night, his office put out the names of Homeland Security investigators and doxed our ICE enforcement officers. They claimed it was a mistake. There's zero chance it was a mistake, and there will be repercussions. Our ICE enforcement officers are already facing a 400% increase in assaults against them. And he's essentially handing over intelligence to these criminal gangs so that they can target our ICE enforcement officers. It's wrong, and it's beneath the city of Nashville, and I hope he will face consequences.
Since they're foreigners, I'd say that's damn near treason. What do you guys think of the Nashville mayor doxing ICE agents and Department of Homeland Security agents, making their job more difficult and more dangerous? Moving on, this story gets weirder and weirder. If you remember, somebody set fire to Keir Starmer's house, and they arrested 3 Ukrainian young people, sort of, for this. They're calling them rent boys, so we're going to listen to this real fast. The story's pretty out there.
You know about, well, there's also the situation with Starmer has been very interesting, and it's not just what the media are saying, but what they're not saying. So 3 3 Ukrainian male models have been arrested for arson attacks on Keir Starmer's property. And they all had accounts on Grindr, interestingly enough, apparently, which have all been deleted. And there are obviously some questions about Keir Starmer's private life and his relationship with Lord Ali, who's openly homosexual. But what the media aren't hearing, and I saw a report on this, it was actually from Vasily Poroshkov, the whistleblower to me.
Is this similar to the Paul Pelosi case where he pisses off his boy toys and they come back with a hammer, except this time they came back and burnt down the house? They're all on a gay, what is that, dating site? He said Grindr, I think. Wow. Like I said, it always stays interesting around here. Let's move on, though. Oh, we've seen that. We've seen you, Keir Starmer. The Florida court allows President Trump's Russiagate defamation lawsuit against the Pulitzer Board to proceed. Appeals court rejects the Pulitzer Board's bid to pause the case, ruling only Trump can invoke presidential immunity. Getting into this Russiagate stuff, and it's pretty interesting. Newly declassified FBI documents prove that Fusion GPS contractor Nellie Orr lied to Congress and fabricated evidence against President Trump during Crossfire Hurricane. And so it's going to be a pretty big deal. Let's take a look.
Legal analyst Greg Jarrett. Am I right? Is it page 53? Because I went through your book tonight.
Yeah, it is. You know, Sean, and thanks
for
saying that.
How long ago did you write that? How many years ago? How many years ago?
6 years ago. 6 years ago, yeah. And, you know, you saw Jake Tapper there. What is so tragic, really, in journalism is that those who got it wrong, the New York Times, the Washington Post, they won Pulitzer Prizes. Those of us who got it right were treated with scorn. But look, these declassified FBI documents showing that Nellie Orr gave false testimony, it actually, you're right, page 53 matches word for word what I wrote 6 years ago in the book Witch Hunt. I detailed all of her false statements. She, for example, denied sharing her dossier research with anybody at the DOJ. But guess what? 339 pages of emails show she sent it to at least 3 prosecutors there. Those same emails prove that she knew of the DOJ's parallel investigation of Trump, even though she testified otherwise. So the fact that these new FBI documents were hidden for so long until now, and that Orr was never prosecuted for lying to Congress, I think that underscores, Sean, how corrupt the Russia hoax was. She helped research phony dossiers on Trump. Then she meets secretly with Christopher Steele at the Mayflower Hotel, 9 a.m. July 30th, 2016. And the very next day, Crossfire Hurricane is launched against Trump by James Comey's FBI. No legal basis, no credible evidence. It was crooked top to bottom. And Comey knew that collusion was a complete fiction from the outset. But he hated Trump so much, he was willing to abuse the law to take the president down. And what is also tragic is that the people we entrust to enforce the law,
what's fun is they're gonna RICO the shit out of all these people, I have a feeling. Maybe they'll just round them up all at once. That would be interesting. I can't remember. There might be more here.
You saw Jake Tapper there. What is so tragic, really, in journalism?
I suppose the question is, will Nellie Orr be tried for perjury? You know, these people, they all lied to Congress a billion times over. So, anyway, moving on. Skittles are going to remove the titanium dioxide from all their products sold in the United States. Finally, right?
Bowls will no longer contain a controversial color additive over possible health risks. Candy maker Mars Wrigley says it had stopped using titanium dioxide in America at the end of last year. It was being used to make food look whiter and opaque. A new report backed by Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. listed the ingredient as a cause of cancer, saying the additive may cause cellular and DNA damage. The European Union banned the ingredient in 2022 over similar concerns. More than 4,000 candies here in the U.S. use the additive.
I used to love Skittles, so yeah, interesting stuff. RFK's been busy, and it's time to be proud of the man. He's doing a lot of cool things. Let's take a look at some of this.
Hi, everybody. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary, and I'm here today with NIH Director Dr. Jay Bhattacharya and FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty Makary. I couldn't be more pleased to announce that as of today, the COVID vaccine for healthy children and healthy pregnant women has been removed from the CDC recommended immunization schedule. Last year, the Biden administration urged healthy children to get yet another COVID shot despite the lack of any clinical data to support the repeat booster strategy in children.
That ends today. It's common sense and it's good science.
There's no evidence healthy kids need it today, and most countries have stopped recommending it for children.
We're now one step closer to realizing President Trump's promise to make America healthy again.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Also extremely important. I don't know, people don't pay. But he was also in this interview talking about removing the pharmaceutical ads on TV in America, which we're praying happens any time now. So many good moves happening.
The press now gets, the mainstream television networks. And Roger Ailes told me one time that 75% of his advertising revenues on the evening news divisions were pharmaceutical ads.
I believe that just by observation, just as a consumer.
I mean, you can watch it. You can brought to you by Pfizer.
Yeah. If you eliminate big food and pharma from, I mean, just, if you watch the bankrupt.
So
it would have been Super Bowl ads.
Those companies are doing that partially because the evening news is very attractive to drug companies because young people don't watch news. It's all older people, and those are their customers. They're people who are taking all this whole, arsenal, this battery of drugs, but they also do it to control content.
Yeah.
That's why you see defense contractors advertising on, Good Morning America. Nobody's going to buy, a Tomahawk missile on who's watching Good Morning America. But they advertise because they want to control the content.
He's right. And can you imagine the difference it's going to make when they don't have that money? I see cable TV coming to an end. At the very least, your news channels will never be the same. Moving on here. This DIAIT specialist was arrested for attempting to leak classified information to a foreign government. Let's take a look at this. I smell treason.
An IT specialist employed by the Defense Intelligence Agency was arrested for attempting to transmit national defense information to an officer or agent of a foreign government. Nathan Vilas Lach, 28, of Alexandria, was arrested in Northern Virginia and is scheduled to make his initial court appearance on May 30th. Prosecutors say Nathan Vilas Lach was arrested at a location where he had arranged to deposit sensitive records to a person he thought was an official of a foreign government, but who was actually an undercover FBI agent. The identity of the country Lach thought he was in communication with was not disclosed, but the Justice Department described it as a friendly or allied nation. The Justice Department said its investigation...
Yeah, they're going to keep that quiet for fear of starting some international issues. Wait till we take a look at what James O'Keefe's been up to. It's a little bit more interesting than the Epstein stuff. But first, Barack Obama has been named a few times now, I'm pretty sure, in the Diddy trial, along with Usher. I just thought I'd point that out. I don't really care too much about that trial. There are lots of ICE raids happening all over the country every single day. These were from Boston.
You want to huddle up for 1 second, please? It's dawn in Massachusetts, where Fox News was given exclusive access to ICE's elite Boston team.
All of our targets today are extremely violent, so please use extreme caution. Good luck out there and be safe.
ICE quickly moves on its first target and arrests him. He's a Salvadoran illegal alien on El Salvador's most wanted list, with an Interpol red notice out for his arrest for aggravated murder, aggravated kidnapping.
They're keeping busy, guys. I'm telling you, you really can't say that nothing's happening. There's stuff happening every single day. And then these raids at this construction site, I think they rounded up over 100 illegals there. This was in Tallahassee. Get on the ground! Get on the fucking ground! Give me your hand! Give me your hand! Give me your hand! God, they're all over the place. Right in the middle of work, that kind of sucks ass, doesn't it? It's like, I'm on my lunch break, man. And now, since the judges are working against the ICE officials have decided they'll just wait outside the courthouse buildings for the illegals to come out, and then they'll arrest them that way.
Where masked ICE agents handcuffed people outside the courthouse immediately after their apparent hearings. Protesters trying to block unmarked vans. Witnesses say a woman and a child were among those taken into custody.
Yeah. And then there's Howard County, Maryland. They say under no circumstances will they work with ICE to remove illegal aliens, even the convicted child rapists. The judge will set them free. Let's take a look at that really fast so we can move on.
25's Rebecca Pryor has more on sanctuary policies preventing local law enforcement from cooperating with ICE under any circumstances.
Yeah, in most Maryland jurisdictions, for cases like these, local detention centers will hand inmates over to federal immigration agents. But in Howard County, there's no exceptions for working with ICE, even for a convicted rapist. Convicted of sexually abusing a minor, court documents claim 20-year-old Alex Flores Arce, a Honduran national living in the country illegally, repeatedly hit his girlfriend when she declined sex. In one instance, locking her in a car, then violently raping her in a public parking lot in Ellicott City. In April, Flores Arce pleading guilty to the crime and sentenced to 15 years behind bars, but a circuit court judge suspending the majority of that sentence, allowing for his immediate release. Howard County letting him walk free, refusing to honor a detainer request from ICE.
It's just so funny that these judges suddenly care about the rights of criminals, something they've never ever done once in their life. A meaningful burden. Judge gives Trump a huge win, says deposing Doge. Staff cannot stop the government from enacting. Maryland judge, see, Maryland's not all bad, on Tuesday gave the Trump admin a victory in case over its controversial plans to significantly restructure the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID. So that's good news. Moving on, though, this video had me laughing earlier. This is a video that James O'Keefe put out. One of his reporters went undercover again, and this time they got David Hogg.
Yes, nice to meet you. Yeah. Off the record, of course. Foundational question for me is, like, how corrupt is the DNC if so many people knew, or few people knew about Biden? Well, the president of the United States.
I mean, I think the fact of the matter is the DNC is always going to be like a campaign arm of the president, ultimately. The bigger issue was like the inner circle that was around Biden. That's it. And I can't stress you enough. Like Joe Biden's chief of staff, like had an enormous amount of power.
Joe Biden?
Joe Biden's chief of staff.
That was like an open secret at the level. Like, I would avoid him. Like, he was scary.
What was his name?
Anthony Trump.
I've never seen him.
Exactly.
What do you mean?
He's like a shadowy, like, Wizard of Oz type figure. That's what made him so, like, I knew how he looked, but I'm like, the general public wouldn't know how this man looked. But he wielded an enormous amount of power, and I can't stress to you how much power he had at the White House.
I would say Pelosi's actually very good at her job. I don't agree with the stock trading stuff. I mean, she gets better returns than almost every hedge fund in this city. Every year. Some of these members of Congress make trades that are like way too well timed to not have like insider knowledge. They happen to be some of the best financial analysts in human history.
Have you spoken against that?
I've talked to them, but it's also like, I know that if I pick that fight, it's going to be harder for us to get gun control passed. So I have to pick my battle. Like, the hardest part about my job is I just want to burn everything down because it's all so corrupt. But you got to pick your battles and slowly build your momentum.
Joining us now, DNC Vice Chair David Hawk.
We're not going to go after Pelosi. One, we wouldn't beat her, even if we wanted to. That's part of it. But two, it's an unnecessary fight to take when there's other members that are far weaker. And I would say Pelosi's actually very good at her job. I don't agree with the stock trading stuff.
You don't?
No. Some of these members of Congress make trades that are like way too well timed to not have like insider knowledge about. And it's a huge problem.
Do you think that's how Pelosi is worth hundreds of millions of dollars?
Yes. I mean, she gets better returns than almost every hedge fund in this city. Every year.
And you don't think that has to change?
No, it does.
How would you change that?
You just ban members of Congress from owning stock.
So
have to put their assets in a blind trust.
You're going to prop up candidates who oppose that? Is that your goal, to prop up candidates?
I mean, in part, yeah.
Yeah, because that's a long haul. There's 435 members.
Yeah.
And most likely 430 of them are doing the same thing, which is why they don't want to. I don't know, but I'm just stating.
I think it's a pretty good guess.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Just conveniently. They happen to be some of the best financial analysts in human history.
Have you spoken against that?
I've talked to them, but it's also like, I know that if I pick that fight, it's going to be harder for us to get gun control passed. So I have to pick my battle. Like, the hardest part about my job is I just want to burn everything down because it's all so corrupt.
Gotta get gun control.
You gotta pick your battles and slowly build your momentum.
I don't get how these guys still fall for this Grindr, dating, whatever the hell. But guess it'd help if my microphone was on, wouldn't it? I can't believe they still fall for that, to be honest with you. But James O'Keefe's not the only one that's been busy. Tom Fitton's been busy moving. I was looking at the comments. He's been busy too. Let's check this out.
As the president of Judicial Watch, can you comment on reports of records that you have received from the Obama administration, FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, of communications and contracts with a human fetal tissue provider that seems to show the FDA was buying, quote, intact calvarium baby skulls, 18 to 24 weeks, for $515 per skull. What do you make of this apparent sale of fetal body parts to the FDA?
Well, it ought to cause both moral and legal outrage on the part of United States citizens and taxpayers that their tax dollars are being used to purchase basically the dead bodies of unborn human beings. They divvy up their bodies, they sell their heads, they sell their livers, they sell other aspects of their body, and you see the price list.
Another interesting bit of information you uncovered, also stating here, documents, quote, documents previously uncovered in this lawsuit, according to your press release, that the federal government demanded the purchased fetal organs be, quote, fresh, never frozen. What do you make of that?
Well, if you want to, I don't know how any normal person could read that and not be horrified.
Disgusting.
They wanted the organs shipped on dry ice. This is awful stuff, and it highlights the humanity.
But it's actually happening.
Yeah, and it highlights the, these are organs. This isn't, a clump of cells. These are organs. These are baby skulls up to 24 weeks gestation. So there's no doubt that any normal person would call these a human being.
Good God.
And indeed, their organs are being sold, chopped up and sold. And, we have other documents in another lawsuit that we filed on behalf of the Center for Medical Progress that showed a massive operation in the University of Pittsburgh, again, funded with our tax dollars. Fauci's agency was involved in it as well. So Fauci should be asked about his agency support, in addition to gain-of-function research, chopping up organs. It was a fetal organ chop shop.
You filed a Freedom of Information request with the FDA, the agencies in charge here. Of course, they did not respond to providing this information. You wanted to find out whether they were selling body parts or buying body parts.
We wanted the details, right.
And a judge granted you, I guess, discovery, granted you said that you could get the information, the redactions. There were redactions. You got those redactions taken away. You got the information, and the information you found reveals that the FDA was buying human body parts, fetal tissue, from a fetal tissue provider, and including human heads, which they were paying $515 to procure. Is that...
as I recall it, the government wanted to withhold some of the prices they were paying for the organs and seemingly dismembered heads of unborn human beings. And the court said, you can't do that. And we have a separate lawsuit that involves NIH and NIAID, the Fauci agency, that showed they were having almost a one-shop, as I said, a one-stop shop operation at the University of Pittsburgh. And the documents raise questions about whether the aborted human beings...
The only question I have is why the hell are they not all in prison? It's disgusting. I mean, guess there's no law against it.
Were still alive when the organs were taken from them. The Obama administration obviously was involved in this. The Trump administration figured out what was happening and shut it down. But now it's reported that the Biden administration is prepared to open up the spigot again to fund this sort of barbarism.
What should someone think about this if they're learning about this for the first time? It just seems like it's sort of a jaw-dropping, don't you think?
John, I've been doing this work at Judicial Watch for 23 years. These are the worst documents about government conduct I've ever seen in my life.
It's disgusting.
It is.
Tom Fenton kind of looks like he's wearing a mask. You gotta stay off my keyboard, Birdie. In Montana, the governor signed a bill and a law which bans pride flags from the classroom. I'll share that news with you. CVS, America's largest pharmacy chain, shuts 270 stores after closing 900 of them in just 3 years. So it sounds like CVS is barely hanging on. Even so, Walmart's having troubles. They're cutting 1,500 jobs, replacing them with AI. So I have a feeling we're going to see more of that in some ways. Found this story kind of interesting. The CIA used the Star Wars fan site to send spy messages. The site shut down after Iran's Intel discovered it. We'll take a look at this real fast.
What the hell is going on here? The feds is on it. What? It says here, the CIA used Star Wars fan site to secretly communicate with spies. What? The Force wasn't the only thing hiding in this website. Through the looking glass, the internet has seen its fair share of weird, but a Star Wars fan site secretly run by the Woo! All right, that one hurt. Run by the CIA to communicate with overseas spies might top the list. Yeah, I did not see that coming. StarWarsWeb.net looked like any other 2010 era fan page, complete with lightsabers, Yoda quotes, like the games you will. Like, oh, the games you will, I get it. Like the games you will. Lego ads, hyped up mentions of games like Battlefront 2, The Force Unleashed 2, but behind the nostalgic facade is a covert login system. If you entered the right password into the search bar, you'd unlock secure line to CIA handlers. Or at least that was the plan. That's interesting. That's a great cover, though, I guess. It's a great cover. Instead of just having your own secret CIA thing to do.
It's kind of weird, I think. I meant to show you this picture after the last video I found. This is what it cost to have a baby in 1956. $107.55. It was from a hospital in Indiana from 1956. So that was kind of cool. Kind of interesting. All right. I need a break. I think I'm going to put this new Juan on for a bit. I went through most of our important news, I think. But we got a lot of other stuff that I want to look at tonight. So let's keep rolling. I'm going to probably fast forward this a little bit.
I believe a cabal of secret societies has controlled the world for 200 plus years, and we get to be alive at a time to see it fall. I believe in the power of one person working as a team with other Christian patriots can have massive impact in reversing this ungodly culture. I believe that we have an omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent God that has put his hand on this moment in time to deny the timeline of the enemy and is about to heal our land. This is Rick, your host, and I believe that God has called me to empower Christian patriots with truth. Join us now for the Blessed to Teach show, and let's see what God is doing today.
These get pretty long, so I'm going to fast forward to where Juan comes in, I think.
Talking about Trump's tariffs versus the judges. We're going to have praise and prayer on a new channel after we're done with Juan, and that's going to be on the Word and Worship channel. So our music cannot be mixed with any of this stuff. So we're having to set a new channel up. That's the Word and Worship. There's an N in there. Word with
there we go.
The 2020 fraud. And I guess there's a lot going down in Gitmo, all kinds of things going on. Yeah, so we got a little bit of update from you, I know, 5 weeks ago or so. So would you mind giving us a little bit of update on how that's all going?
Well, a real short version, lots of prayer required. There's, this to go without any pushback. And certainly there's some very serious pushback going on behind the scenes. A couple of the folks that did work behind the scenes to establish the mechanisms of how 2020 was stolen are themselves now being targeted for some lawfare. Hasn't happened, and it's only threats so far, but with an interesting angle. And you heard Tulsi Gabbard in the president's cabinet meeting, their situation room actually, where she said, we now have proof of a stolen election. So that's well documented. It's understood. There's still work being done there, but there's an attempt to try and push back in the legal arena to go after some of the people that were involved early, to secure these things even up to 2024, and calling the people that showed the fraud, saying that they had interfered in the election. A couple of them have dual passports for various reasons. They live in the technical world and need it for business reasons. And it'll be an interesting thing to see how that argument plays out. But these are true patriots doing what needed to be done, and willing to let chips fall where they may. So I'm not too concerned. I know that it's different when you're on the outside and somebody is right on the inside of what may cause them some drama, hassle, whatever. And so I'm very sensitive to that. But at the end of the day, unlike, for example, Tina Peters' case, where it's a state involved, this is at a federal and international level. Worst case scenario, Trump will step in and take care of him. He can take executive action and nullify anything that may be aimed at these folks. So not too concerned, but you'll hear things and it'll sound like it's the end of the world, kind of like this tariff thing. These are unelected judges. These rules are things that were adopted really outside the Constitution quite some time ago. So I think we'll nullify that whole thing with the judges and the tariffs and like that. It'll be a speed bump down the road. It also just, allows Trump to just double down and get the job done, and for cause. So more and more people understand this is part about cleaning up the swamp. They got, if you had anybody else in there but Trump, you'd be toast. And that's the other thing. Just a reminder for everybody. Even now, I have one of my very close friends, and she just hates Trump. The reason for hating Trump more than anything else is because he's mean, and he has that New Yorker attitude that she just is offended by. Well, you know what? If Trump didn't have a New Yorker businessman attitude, we wouldn't even be in this fight. So, that personality that was honed in one of the toughest business environments on planet Earth. I mean, you're talking about the big pond where all the killer whales and stuff like that live. It's not just piranhas. I mean, these are, monsters that live in that pond. Yeah, Trump has done reasonably well, held it together. Well, that's who you need for where we're at as a country, because it's in tough shape. And by the way, the other thing is, and that was another conversation I was having. This situation. Remember, Patrick and I have both spoken about the fact that the individuals who did the mechanical work on the election, stealing 2020, it's not over yet. The folks that did that are out of Venezuela. And you saw this thing over the last week or week and a half where there was this press and Rick Grenell was trying to, extend an oil deal that allows Venezuela to sell its oil through Chevron and into the world's oil networks and refineries without any inhibitions, no roadblocks. Think of the sanctions we have on Iran and Russia and all sorts of places. Venezuela is the place where the theft of elections all over the world was conducted from under Cuban supervision. Venezuela, the part that's not really understood to most people is that you couldn't even get a driver's license. You couldn't get your Social Security check for the last 30, 35 years without having a Cuban involved in the operation approving it. And so Cuba's been running Venezuela. It's a narco state. And so this oil thing with Venezuela is kind of interesting. They're one of the largest oil, if not the largest oil operation on the planet. And the Chevron taking that oil in and then shipping it all over the world, going up to Rotterdam, getting it refined, doing blends and stuff like that all over the place, and nobody's stopping it. So Trump is letting the oil license out of Venezuela expire. It expired yesterday. Now, why is that important? Because it means that the Maduro government that supervised the theft of the 2020 election in America, with their engineers working in Serbia under Cuban supervision, with Chinese overlords, spies, managing everything in the Dominion system, that the money that kept Venezuela going during this time, keeping the people in slavery to this Marxist regime, that money is being cut off. They're not going to get it out of the global oil machine. And Chevron was working very hard, lobbying people, even right around Trump, let alone Grenell, to allow this to go on. And you got to ask, who benefits? What was the backroom deal? Even people close to Trump, friends of Trump, who wanted this deal to go forward, even though these people steal elections. They've stolen 71 elections around the world, plus the United States. So with that in mind, that's a pretty daunting thing. And then we're just going to let the money flow to the very, like Al Capone. You're going to let the money keep going to Al Capone, even though he's, doing mayhem to the economy of the country. No, that's crazy. So at this point in time, people need to understand there's a lot going on. Think of all the pressure that went on behind the scenes while they're trying to keep this oil thing from expiring. And it's not just millions. It's tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars on the line. The numbers that they talk about out of Venezuela are, relatively modest. And once it gets into the refinery system, then people make their extra buck. Well, there you go. And I'll tell you this, and this is, I mentioned this to audiences a number of times. I don't know how many people catch this. We've been fighting. President Trump is fighting in large measure the Rockefeller machine. Now, back in the 50s and 60s, even back to the 20s, it was popular to talk in those types of terms, and it's the families and everything, and the trusts and everything, Standard Oil and things like that. But it's not really understood today. So much of what's going on in America is a legacy of the Rockefeller operations. David Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller, Nelson Rockefeller. We have so many players within the family, and then things that they did. You know, the UN was created by the Rockefeller brothers. David and Nelson did all of the work. The land that the UN sits on was donated by Nelson Rockefeller, and it was a huge slaughterhouse area for 150 years before that. You know, something with the blood and all that seems relevant to these people. And by the way, what funded the building of the UN building? The Lucis Trust. Lucis, like the Lusitania that led off World War I with the thinking of it? No. The Lucis Trust. They used to have a chapel inside the UN that was called the Lucis Prayer Chapel. Well, who were they praying to? Not the God in heaven that you and I pray to. And these people have, you know, that's part of their persona that they put out. And by the way, in that same thing, that's part of the thing with Lawrence Rockefeller, and even back with Hillary visiting and reading the book that he wrote about the aliens. And there's an aspect to this where it's not just Lucifer that they have a line for, but also the alien card that they're going to play at some point in the future. So, and if you look at everything that Trump's fighting within the various groups, much of the worst of the fight goes back to a legacy of Rockefeller money and groups and individuals. It's probably, at this point in time, it's much less fair to use the name Rockefeller other than its origins, rather the machines that they've built that have a particular bent, the way that they're pushing America, and in the legal arena, in the educational arena, the medical arena. Much of what America is today is shaped by these Rockefeller operations. And what's Trump doing? He's attacking them on their money flow, just like with USAID and similar, where this money goes out and it matches some of the private money and keeps these things going. By the way, these pre-1933 trusts, family trusts, they don't pay any taxes. They don't pay any income tax, any U.S. Federal tax or like that. They're exempt. So part of the reason they do so well is that while you're getting taxed, they're not. And there's a lot of angles there that once people kind of understand it, it's pretty annoying. So going after one of the big cash cow aspects of all of their operations with this connection to Venezuela is classic Trump. He is tearing it up and going after the sources and origins of the money and unwinding that so that we're not fighting ourselves in a lot of this stuff here in the U.S. Groups that are, running America behind the scenes.
Yeah, I talked to Clay Clark and a good friend Joel Altman, as well as Mike Lindell, all being sued by Smartmatic and Dominion, and those are really moving forward. They're brought out by Eric Coomer in Denver, and they're Eric Coomer's winning those cases right now based upon the judges they have and the way it's going, and it's really putting these patriots, true patriots, right, to in a big effort. I'm not sure if you and now you're talking about others that are talking about the 2020 fraud. They're attacking that with lawfare everywhere, it seems like. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on all those all that lawfare that is.
I will tell you this, and a lot of your people probably have already seen it, but last weekend, my chief of staff had received a communication from Tina through one of her people. It was very disturbing, and in the course of a conversation with Trennis Evans over at American Rights Association, where they just founded that, Evan Turk, Peter Tickton, President Trump's lifelong friend, and now Trennis Evans, the J6er. He is on the board as the chief operating officer. But in that group, they decided, Trennis and I talked extensively earlier in the week on this, and we've been talking for several weeks, but decided to pull the pin. They had a board meeting. The board voted unanimously to offer to join Tina's case. Peter Tickton offered to be lead counsel there because there's a couple different legal pushes going on and people, and it really needed somebody kind of manage all of them. And so Tina agreed to that on Memorial Day, the anniversary of her son's death, and in a parachuting accident for with Golden Knights. And so there's a new push there. And I know Tina was crying elephant tears when she heard we were doing what we can to come after that. There's been meetings all week. I probably spent 30, 40 hours on the phone in the last several days with all the various parties working through some of the logistics that needed to be done, and hard at it to be able to get Tina out of the state prison there in Colorado. Far from over. There's legal filings that will be filed tomorrow that have to be done on part of the appeal, and then revisiting some of the old stuff. There's all sorts of angles here that really weren't covered well early on. And by the way, Pat Byrne, we've all put money into this. Pat put $1 million into the legal stuff for Tina several years ago.
Wow.
Right at the outset. And the attorney really, I think, did not just her, but the country a disservice in the way that he handled it. But we'll deal with that at a later point in time. And so there's a lot going on here. It's not like there hasn't been a lot of effort, but we're far from done.
Yeah, it just seems that if all this stuff would come out, Juan, right? It's like so frustrating. If the whole thing about Serbia and all the evidence they have, if it would come out. But what is the delay? There's the stage has to be set, right? What's going on?
Well, let's hold on a second. It is out. We're not, saying stuff that isn't true here. And even Tulsi saying, yes, we now have proof of a stolen election. Plenty of people have been reached on this. This is not BS. The problem is there's a lot that goes into something like this, not to create a bad precedent. If you part that's not really well understood by most of the audience out there, if you go about this wrong, things like the federal side of this case, the FBI had people involved in her case from day one. So how can you say it's all a state matter when the FBI was right in the thick of this and had personnel right in the thick of Tina's case? So there was federal issues from the outset and fairly extensively. With that in mind, if you jump in from the federal side and interfere with the state, and the state hasn't released their interest and agreed to work with you, the whole thing could blow up in your face.
Yeah.
So we're very understanding of that, and there's real drama. And I know that these things are being visited in all of these meetings, and it's far from over. But there's a lot of things go into consideration. Even some of the attorneys were of the opinion, no, we could just do this, and the president could do that, and it'd be over. And we've looked at it very, very extensively, going all the way back to last summer and fall, and as this thing developed. And there's a lot of angles that you just have to take a deep breath. That's why it's, part of the thing is that the governor there in Colorado could have allowed, and the judge could have allowed Tina to be out on bail while some of these issues are argued. If it was anybody else, any other case, they'd be out on bail right now. If she was an axe murderer, she'd probably be out on bail, during her appeal period. But this is an election issue, and it's a hot button thing because when it goes the other direction, and it is, these people that are involved, many of them are going away for the rest of their life. They'll never walk free again. And many of them know just that. So they're fighting for every last day. But I'll tell you what, those days that Tina is having stolen from her, they'll pay back tenfold, not just 2 or 3. And it's just the way it is. It's a very tough moment.
Yes, and we can't wait until that justice comes from the states there. And so it comes back to state versus federal laws, right, and federal capability. Now we have the federal, but we have all these rogue states. And so that is something that Trump's going to be fighting ongoing, right? But to have elections that have no machines could be a huge transforming change quickly. Do you think that might be before our next major elections?
Well, I mean, you can go look at the proposed executive order that we put together. We had a beautiful team of people after the inauguration. We had private meetings up in Washington, D.C., and coalition members there, and several of them threw together and did a beautiful job of creating this proposed executive order. There was one that had already been created, but it was weak and really didn't cover the issues completely or correctly, I don't even think. And so it's 17 pages long into a couple of executive orders for reasons. And the president has said he's got a couple more coming. But that's going to change everything when, for 2026. A machine-free election, it's, the moon and the stars. That said, there's a lot of drama going on in the background and people working to get to the right answers here. And we're not there yet. There's a lot of, for example, inside the Justice Department, one of the areas that one of my people got into office there, he's working with 10% of the workforce that's budgeted for that they had last year.
Wow.
10%. And they're, and this is, out of a group that's like 130 people. They got like 13. Now, they're going to be hiring people on, but they're being very picky to get exactly the people they need, a very precise skill set as litigators.
Yeah.
And so they're not interested in just taking anybody in with a law degree and like that. It's a very specific type of individual, and they're preparing for a much longer, deeper war that's going to go on for years. So better the right people than just fast, and they're working hard at it.
Yeah. Yeah, so I wanted to apologize to people that got my email that said 5:30 versus 5. So we're well into this, getting some great details from Juan. I wanted to just kind of interrupt real quickly just to make sure people understood how to connect with you and Jennifer Mack with the JenniferMackStore.com. I just wanted to see as we'll continue this conversation because there's some great information. But do you mind talking just a little bit about anything that's going on at the store that's new?
Well, I think Jen's got 2 days till she releases the instructions on the Great Cookie Contest.
Okay.
And of course, I tease about it and we have some fun with it. But she's very adamant about me not eating anything but actually for real good for you cookies, not just good cookies. So, that's we're gonna have a recipe contest, and you'll want to get the prize if you get the chance to compete. So, but she has some strict rules on what qualifies for being a good cookie, and if you have any ingredients that are on the verboten list, then yours won't even be considered. So you got to get it right.
All right. I see it on the website right now. So you'll see that at thejennifermack.com. That's thejennifermack.
Well, and by the way, she has, for 4th of July, it's always fun. We have some of these car flags you can put on your car. Trump is the Magador. I think there's like 30 sets left or something. It says how many on the website, and actually very cool. So, somebody wants to enjoy that, might be kind of fun.
All right. And you've obviously got the coins as well there. Watch the Water. So one of the latest ones, right? So just wanted to point everybody here again. You'll find all this on thejennifermack.com. I'm not So I just want to make sure you guys know that this is an affiliate thing at all. It's just we just want to help Juan continue to do what he does, and so it's beautiful. And we thank you for being on the front lines here.
Well, she's got those Watch Water coins are pretty cool, and we've had different coins over the last couple of years, and they've been very popular, and this Watch the Water one, that's Jen's favorite of all of them. And and we've got a 2025 coin, Magador coin, that we'll make that announcement any day here. But I want to make sure that we've had trouble getting some of the silver rounds. It's a very particular quality that we have to have, not just anything. And so the people that do that prep work are in fair demand, and we put a pretty big load on them. But so as soon as I have verification that we have that order in, then we'll let know that we have our 2025 Magador coming.
All right. For those that might be new to watching you, there's a lot of different decodes on Watch the Water. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, pay attention. I mean, let me just say this. We're in a heck of a situation in the country right now. The threats against America are intensifying by the hour. And one of the calls this morning was an alert. In fact, the call I had just a moment ago is probably a follow-up on that. But we're in a pretty precarious moment with the threats against us, with the situation with Russia and China. So don't think for an instant that we're out of the woods yet. We're 115 days into this administration. The worst of it yet. There's probably bigger things coming that we're going to have to fight through. And so deep breaths.
Yeah, and I imagine a lot of that is going to require our prayer, right? And so that's one thing we love having you on the shows, because you understand the spiritual significance here. You talked a lot about Lucifer earlier. Anything about how important it is that we use our authority in Christ during this time?
Well, and we're the salt and light in this situation. If you weren't a believer, and I can talk to this audience may be different than some of the other audiences, but if you're not a believer and you hear some of these things, maybe you do feel a little different kind of desperation. As believers, we, have faith that God has us, going to keep us intact. And if we end up in heaven, then we win. It's gain for us. But, that's not for everybody. And, the other side of the coin is I don't want to be in any rush to get out of here. We have work to do, eternity's a long time. We have a moment here. Let's do something beautiful, accomplish something. Remember, out through God's eternity, the children of Abraham, by extension, us, our children, are supposed to be as the sand of the seashore for number, a very, very large number. And as the stars in the heaven, there's more stars in all the galaxies that we can see right now than there is grains of sand on all the seashores on planet Earth. Think about that for a second. So, as the sand of the seashore and the stars in the heaven, that's supposed to be the number of the descendants of Abraham. And, let alone Adam, because it's by extension, it's kids of Adam. That's where it all started. But with that in mind, God's plan is for a physical growing out of everything. Things that we do right now here will have an effect out into the future. I had a business partner, and he'd drive me nuts on particular stuff. He'd say, well, 100 years from now, is that going to matter? Yes. Some things, yes, more so. Some things not. But you have leverage out into time. What are you doing that might change the world out into the future? It doesn't have to be build a space station or come up with the patent for a bread clip that changes the way bread is packaged or something. It can be that you change a life, that you help somebody to survive and get through to the next day. And, it changes everything. I have somebody that picked up a couple of adopted kids that were in tough shape. And now one is a doctor and one is a very high-end mechanic for one of the bigger companies. And both of them have kids. Both of them have kids in one in medical school and one in science. Well, if they hadn't got that little jump start back when, now 40 years ago, what would the world be like? Would they have kids to push out into the future, to have a peace? Who's going to say that, 100 years from now, they don't have between the kids and grandkids and great grandkids, 1,000 people out there. The earth isn't getting less compact. We have more people here on earth now than ever. And that's going to continue. And when the earth is full, it's, arguably getting full, we're going to move out into near space and then further out, populate this whole solar system, then go out and populate, this side of the Milky Way galaxy. There's an incredible future within our families. Things you do now to preserve life will make a huge difference. Trump has wanted to stop the killing and the murder in Ukraine, in Yemen, and now in Congo. In the Congo, there have been 6 million people killed in the last several years during the Biden administration. 6 million. What would the world look like if they survived, and how many more with them? all the people that protested and stood and were counted at the abortion clinics over the last 50 years. How many women thought again? Who counseled, who helped, and some, relative handful of women decided not to abort their child. What part of eternity changes because of that pivot? 100 years from now, will it matter? Yeah, my buddy Mike Reagan, his mom decided not to have an abortion and have the baby, and then gave the baby to the Reagans to raise. Without Mike, there wouldn't be kids, grandkids, great grandkids. There's a whole wing that's there because Mike was allowed to live. We do affect things. Sometimes it's in smaller ways. You just get one person through. There's a Jewish saying amongst the rabbis. He who saves one life, it's as though they saved the whole world. And life has value. Those 6 million dead, the ones that remain have immense value. There may be whole branches of families that are gone forever. And the ones that do remain are way more precious because, they represent something within the family of God. The devil wants them all dead. We want them to live. So little things that we do here within the audience has real value.
Yeah. If I get, thanks so much. And that's why I just talk about always using our authority in Christ to pray. We'll be praying for all the people that did all the great work to expose the 2020 election and all their law.
2020, it's not over yet.
All right. We have, and there's a shirt, by the way, if you go to Jennifer Mack's store, there's all kinds of 2020 stuff here. You'll see in the store. I'm just rolling through it right now. Here's a jacket. It's 2020. It's not over yet. That's the jacket you'll see here. Yeah. Notepad. I don't know. That looks like a vintage premium matte finish. What is that? Poster. It's a poster. So go get yourself a 2020. It's not over yet. What's this? A vintage canvas. I know. They talks about that all the time. So we have a quick question. See if Terry, make it quick though, because we want to hear from Juan. I'm sure Teresa. Teresa, go ahead.
I was just wanting to pray for him. I don't have a question. He's doing a great job.
Okay. All right. We'll pray for him here after we get through this, a little bit more decoded on this. So
okay. So Juan, sorry about that.
No problem. So Juan, so you didn't answer the question about watch the water, the decode. Oh, looks like we dropped Juan. Looks like we got right during that time. Let me come back to here, see if we can find Juan. It looks like Oh no, Juan's here. But no, I see him, but he's lost his microphone and his video.
Oh,
so
I'm sorry.
He's probably gonna have to reboot. No, that's not you. It's him. So we'll bring. I'm sure Juan will come back here in a second after it gets through a bad area. But then to summarize, those of you who came at 5:30 because that's what my email said, wanted to let you know that we did cover about there's a lawfare attacks back on. I would imagine Patrick Burnham and others who are fighting this battle, and just like they're attacking Joe Altman and Mike Lindell and Clay Clark with their Smartmatic money, right? And now we're seeing that against the people exposing all this now. So I see Juan's. Okay, yeah, it looks like Juan. It looks like you're back. I'm just ask to unmute button. Make sure he's careful driving there. But so we're going to have some prayer work to do. We're going to have praise and prayer after this show. We're going to have to move to a different for any music, my licensing, I have to move to a different channel. So it's called Word and Worship, Word with an N, Worship. So once Juan unmutes, we'll go back to him. And so I just seeing his video, his camera, his audio looks like it's working now, but we'll have to see if we can get him. He's messing with his phone right now, so let me see if I can get it to. There he goes.
All right.
You're
Then
back.
muted. There we go.
All right. No, we're about ready to pray for you there. But hey, but again, thank you so much for the summary and updates on Tina, and as well as the 2020 election. And then you sent something to Gus about the judges. Is there anything specific you want to talk about the judges? I think you've addressed that in summary, and also.
Well, I just the judges are the judges. They make a move, we make a move. This is about actually going through all these things and checking the boxes. I had somebody on a case the other day, and they were fussing because they were having to go back through and deal with something in court that was old stuff that didn't get taken care of previously. They were calling it lawfare and everything else. I said, no, let's just tidy it up. Once it's taken care of, it's off the thing, and now they're on to, more important stuff. If it was left there hanging, let's go clean it up. Let's not complain. Let's just go fix it so it's no longer there. America's got so many things that have been so screwed up for so long. So what we're really doing is we're going in, addressing them, and getting them out of the way so that we can, prepare for success. And every day we're getting closer and closer to this, get things cleaned up, and God can begin to bless us, with
Yeah, and so I'm
even like COVID. Think about how much people went through. They cleaned all the surfaces up, they tidied things up, etc. Okay, well, there was a negative side to it. It was part of the stealing elections like that. But the positive side is everybody's got things sanitized and clean, and they understand the rules. For a very prosperous period ahead for America, and it's coming.
Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, the best is yet to come, right? That's
yep.
That's exactly what we've been talking about. So, but that doesn't mean that so the near-death experience you talk about, do you think we hit that and have moved through it, or do you think that's still coming up?
It's still coming.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's going to be based upon just once they realize they've lost power. It seems like if somebody's so evil, you have to let them think they can win. But once they realize they're about ready to lose, they're going to pull the trigger, right?
There's that. I don't want people to get lost on it. There's some resetting that has to happen. Some things have been weaponized that have to be neutralized. There's some checkpoints ahead, in my opinion. So everybody has to just kind of take a deep breath, and we work these issues. It's not over yet.
Right. And there's a decode I did the other day where it was talking about how Trump is going to have to suspend habeas corpus and go to military tribunals. Do you believe that's probably what's going to happen?
Yeah. I mean, they're pushing all of the buttons, including the tariff stuff and like that. Okay, well, this is a national security emergency. We know for a fact, it's now known inside the machine, inside the system very well. Tulsi Gabbard told the world, we now have proof of a stolen election. More and more officials are being read in right now. Mm-hmm. The fact that the courts are participating, trying to stop what President Trump is doing to protect America from enemies in multiple fronts, economic, political, the vote, military, even weaponization of viruses, things like that. Trump has to do certain things. If they're going to stop him from doing it within the justice side of things, they'll move into the military side because it's a national security emergency.
Right.
And so they're proving that military is the only way.
Yeah.
And he's working the issue with that in mind. And also the public then realizes, there just is no intermediate step. They're not gonna back down and let us have this win. They're gonna fight to the last possible moment, because at the end, this is the end, literally, for the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm.
We got rhinos in the Republican Party, but it's different. Even there, the situation on the Democrat side, the people involved, I think it's going to be a wipeout, and there'll be a replacement. There'll be something else that pops up, but in the meantime, I think that the information that's out there, what's gone on, it's very telling where this is going.
Yeah, and it's quite exciting, the whole Q drops that I've reported on all the way back from 2018, early 2018, clearly talk about the military is the only way.
Well, and the first Q drops on the 30th, of 2017. So went back quite a ways. You think about how much has elapsed in the country since then. Oh my gosh. Here we are, 7.5 years later. Isn't that amazing?
That is amazing. It is amazing. And the military is the only way, obviously, is a statement there. Nothing stops what is coming. And now Trump is actually retruthing a lot of these statements out. So it seems like he's setting the stage. He's talking about the stolen election really bluntly, more probably than he ever has. So it seems like he's setting the stage for the public to see what you and Patrick know the details of. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think, there's people being read in every day. The people that are aware of exactly what's occurred here is growing within government circles. And then seeing how this is going to be dealt with, we're far from done. There's a lot of work to be done, but it's getting in to the right places. And the only question is, can you do it in a Justice Department led investigation and courtroom, or is it going to have to go somewhere else? And I think it goes somewhere else. So enjoy the show.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think what we're proving. It's almost like they're really forcing us to suspend habeas corpus and go to military tribunals, because the judges, they're showing that the when you talk about captured operations, aren't we seeing that much of the judicial system is captured?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I mean, by the way, if you go back and you look at the leak that happened during the case that led to the reversing of Roe versus Wade, that release, there's a certain school of thought that release was done by one of the justices who was not happy. So not by a staffer inside the Supreme Court. So, we still have potentially people in very high places that are opposing some of the conservative stuff that we're doing, and that what other justices were doing. And then that's part of the situation. Trump was being opposed by people very close to him on this Venezuela Standard Oil Chevron thing. There's huge pushback in the military against the people that are working on this 2020 situation, and even getting ready to move people to Gitmo. Fight's on internally. It's a heck of a fight.
Wow. And that just reminds me of, there's several prophecies about 2 justices being removed for corruption, Supreme Court justices. Roberts, many people think Roberts compromised based on hating the kids and his adopted kids and many other things. He seems to vote against us anytime it matters. So, any thoughts on John Roberts?
Well, I let's see what happens. I wouldn't want to pontificate on something that's not. Everybody knows what the issues are that reportedly would compromise him, and so we'll just have to see how that plays out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and because the one beautiful thing would be is just Trump getting 2 or 3 more Supreme Court justices in, but again, we're all talking civil here, right? So some people like Derek Johnson and others would say it doesn't matter because it's going to the military tribunals anyway.
Well, let me just say this: it does matter.
Mm-hmm.
We have to have a sense of justice, and even the need to go to military. There's still going to be a lot of civilian sides to this that have to be dealt with out over time. So it's just there's some that are best dealt with there within the military system, and so we still prefer to have our legal system work, inside the justice system, and we'll try to make that happen.
Yeah, I mean that's to me the best case scenario is that much of this is won with our DOJ and our new FBI and that restores trust in those institutions, so that when we go through the military tribunals and come back, we're not starting from scratch, right? We're at least.
Well, and by the way, there's big questions. Is the FBI even a legal constitutional agency?
Wow.
Is that going to get reconstituted at some point in time? Lots of drama ahead. We're far from through with this situation.
Wow. Yeah. No question. So you mentioned prayer requests for just the people that were, I think it's Patrick and others, right? That are.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Right. And any other things.
And by the way, some of these people, there's stuff that people have no concept of going on behind the scenes. Remember, we're trying to keep Iran from doing something wonky. We have the stuff in the Yemen. You have, millions dead in the Congo. People have been dying every day this week. Some of the pictures that I have from the people that are there, it's just, horrors. And, once somebody's killed, they're killed, but then to try and do it in the most gruesome or painful way, that's done for the sake of terrorism, to scare everybody else that comes and to hurt. It does something to the soul to see people in such, murdered in such horrid ways. So, it's a tough situation there. And by the way, we're losing people every day. I just had somebody that was a beautiful person that got bit by the meth bug, couldn't, get it out of their system, and passed away. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, not suicide, but the meth is just so unpredictable on the amounts, mm-hmm. and passed away young, late 40s. These drugs in America are killing people every day, and it's horrible. It may not be with the same savagery that we see there in the Congo, but it's still, people that are, gone early. They get captured by that bug and they just can't get free of it. So, easy to throw stones and pontificate, but at the end of the day, but for the grace of God,
mm-hmm.
there go any one of us. So, and you don't realize, even in within this audience, that particular person I'd say about 5 or 6 weeks ago, I got a chance to spend time with them and break bread. And, in the conversation, there was some stuff that was kind of wonky. And I says, well, you might want to just say a few prayers on that and, talk to God about it, because I don't think you're on the right path, the right mindset. And I get it, but you need to, end that meeting with a prayer. You don't know where people are at. The one I'm thinking of here right now had lots of monstrous challenges in life, including some health issues. And so we all need to be, life is so fragile at one level. We see people that are very fragile and they just hang on and last and keep going, and they somehow persevere and that. In this case here, I was very concerned. That's why I slowed down to take time with them and talk with them, because I just had that sense that it had reached some different point. And we all need to kind of think that way. There's probably in this audience numerous people who have somebody pretty close to them that they deal with that doesn't need to be preached to and doesn't need to be pontificated to, but does need to know that you're there with them, you're praying for them, not in a preachy way, but to try and get them to think again. Sometimes you're able to get there and sometimes not, and then praying them through it. Again, you can't say that you came to God, but for the grace of God to take a hold of your life, your soul, your everything about you, you wouldn't be here at all. Every breath you take is a gift from God. So
Amen.
If you're getting gifts from God, you need to use them for His purposes. Take that breath in deep and use it for something that pleases Him. That the Christ, He summed up everything in the Bible, everything, with the statement of, love God above everything else, even your own life. And then love those others around you as yourself. If you wanted something done to help you do something to, show a kindness, whatever, not even the least of the things you do for one of God's children is forgotten by God. If you provide so much as a clean, cool cup of water, God gets it down in the book. He notes it for any of His, children. And you may think, well, that's not a person that, God cares about or whatever. Well, He cares about everybody. And if you're able to, bring somebody back in that's lost their way and get them back on some kind of a survivable path, that's a big deal. Deep breaths. Everybody here can do something. Even the most important thing, prayer. How many people, people that have become a Christian, rededicated their lives, got back on the path, and there was somebody in their life or around them that was praying for them. And that's our job. That's what we do. That's who we are. That's what this audience is all about. Silver and gold. But such as I have, give I thee. In the name of Jesus Christ, rise up. A good word. That's who we are as an audience.
Yes. And Teresa's asking for some prayer right now, and we're going to get to that in our praise and prayer. We're going to do that. So I just want to let you know, Teresa, we're going to do praise and prayer at another channel. The link's below in this description. After we're done here, we're going to move over to that channel and do praise and prayer. And we're going to be lifting up prayers for you specifically. And we want to, Juan, maybe you have time for, I know you're going to go into bad area here pretty soon. So, but there was one question that Di had from the UK saying, does Juan know if there's any plan to close down or criminalize the media telling lies, aka Operation Mockingbird? Any thoughts on that? And then we'll move to prayer.
Oh, well, hold on. We had a convention. I don't even want to say exactly what it was that happened a few days ago. And in the course of that convention now, over the last several years, I've talked to some of the players involved very personally, very directly. And they had told me certain things that, I knew were not even close to accurate. But it wasn't the right time to challenge them other than say, well, I'm not sure if I'm understanding this the way you are. That's not true. But I was trying to work with these people and get them to think again. And in the course of everything they did, they got to this convention that happened a few days ago. They tripled down on some of the things that were just flat not true.
Right. It looks like you're getting spotty as you're going up the mountain.
Oh, sorry. But at the end of the day, they were revealed. They were exposed every day. Let them continue to report falsely and correctly, but now it's up to
Yeah, it looks like we just lost Juan's audio. So we'll come back to him in a second if we can get him so we can pray at least. But that's an important point. I'm just going to give you my opinion on that. I think that they're doing a wonderful job exposing themselves right now. I just, in fact, I have a little bit of news that we'll go over real quick. Assuming that we're not going to get Juan back. Let's see. We just lost complete audio on him right now. But the Fox News is growing like 30% last month, and both CNN and MSNBC shrunk 30%. People are realizing they're getting lied to. I believe that's happening now. So those are big deal. So even though Juan may not be able to hear us, I think we'll lift him up right now because he did say he was about an hour into this that he was going to start going up a mountain, that he'd probably be lost. So before I go to the news, I'd just like to say some quick prayers for him, and so I'll let Teresa start. So Teresa, if you would mind just lifting up Juan and praying for him. Thanks.
Father God, I just thank you and praise you for all the amazing things that our Worldwide Alliance is doing right now. But right now, I want to say a special prayer for our brother Juan and his family, to keep them safe, keep them alert, and give them a refreshing, because it sounds like he's like nonstop moving right now to every kind of place in the world. And so, Lord, I ask you to refresh him and strengthen him, give his wife peace and endurance, and both of them endurance and able to sustain themselves through all this. And we just thank you for all of the information that he gives us, which we can help. It helps us put the pieces together that we have in our hands. And Lord, I just ask you to bless him in a special way. Give him safety, protection, love. Let him see the glory of God as he does his work. In Jesus' precious name, amen.
Amen. So, Elizabeth.
Good day, everybody. Oh, Heavenly Father, I just thank you for Juan. And I thank you for Jennifer. I thank you for all that they're doing. I thank you that you place a hedge of protection around them wherever they go. And I thank you, Lord, that you will seal whatever they know, Father God. So we will get to know the truth, Father, and the truth will set us free. We thank you that Juan reminds us to be lovers of Jesus, Yeshua HaMashiach. And Lord, though we're in a huge battle right now, the battle belongs to you, Father. But we are the ones who stir it. We're the ones who are there to carry on the mission. Like, excuse me, you needed David to beat Goliath. You needed Abraham to bring your promises forth, Father God. You always need us to instigate so many things so that you can then become involved. And Lord, I just pray more and more for our world leaders. You know they're getting exposed, but Lord, that you would deal with them in the way that you would, so we can have justice and peace on earth, Father. We can enjoy the world you created that never seems to have really, truly happened fully. So, Father, we thank you that you will guide us and lead us. I thank you that you will bring the truthers together more and more. They can be united. And I ask that you would just bless Juan and Jennifer and all the team. In your precious name, by the blood of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you guys so much. And we're going to flip over to some news right now real quick. And then at the bottom of the hour, we're moving over to the different channel, Word in Worship, Word with the letter N, Worship. It's a new Rumble channel that's got 10 followers right now versus the 33,000 here, right? Because they're making me do all my music separately for licensing purposes. But you're going to love praise and prayer. Come and praise with us. Make sure you're following that channel. We'll move over to that right at the bottom of the hour. But let's just get into a little bit of breaking news to give everybody an update on what's going on as we empower Christian patriots truth in this channel 5 days a week here with news on Monday through Friday. And so let's move over to some breaking news here. I wanted to kind of start here, and this is federal judge, looks like temporarily blocks Trump administration from banning Harvard international students. So everything Trump's trying to do, you got a federal judge, they shop a federal judge, a district judge, right? That's not even in the Constitution. And they try to say, hey, we are like many kings. We can do national oriented things and stop you from doing what you're supposed to be doing, right? So this is just showing what Juan's talking about and what the decode I did of the anon, showing where we are, that we're going to have to go to suspending habeas corpus, the right to a trial, and move right to military tribunals. I really believe that that's what Juan was doing. They're going to try to do everything they can to prove to the American people. Can't tell them. You're going to have to show them that these courts are corrupt, that Trump's not going to be able to do anything until he does the Abraham Lincoln approach, which is, okay, move to suspending habeas corpus and start and holding these people accountable. That's probably what I believe is going to be happening. And I think you'll see this as well. You'll see this as we move forward, just flipping through some of this news. Futures soar after trade court blocked Trump's global tariffs. White House to appeal. Are you kidding me? So here's Trump going to move back to the 1913 banking cartel, which is part of the Rockefeller Foundation. Obviously, that includes the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and all that. These different banking cartels, the medical cartel. Obviously, the Rothschilds were the banking cartel. The Rockefellers being the medical cartel, right? Because they had the petroleum and they went to the time release stamps. They took over the whole medical system, got rid of all the natural schools. All this stuff, that mechanism, this blob, as Mike Benz would call it, is now playing their judicial card, right? Because they've lost the executive branch, right? They don't control anything in the legislative branch, so they have to do it in the judicial branch. It's only, and they're using it to even say that Trump can't have tariffs. You can't bring murderers out of the country. You can't charge billions to China in tariffs. You can't make the EU pay tariffs. No, we're gonna say you can't do any of that, right? Why? Because you're attacking the blob, and the blob is showing itself. It's out in the open. What used to be hidden is now completely out in the open. And but there's also Trump has other ways to impose tariffs despite U.S. court rulings. So they're going to fight this. But even if the Supreme Court goes against them, they can put these tariffs in different ways. This whole article, I'm not going to go over it right now, but because we don't have time, because I want to go through some other news. before we go to praise and prayer. But there's all kinds of different ways as this article outlines. You'll find this in the show notes. Remember, all my links are in the show notes, including a summary of the show. It'll summarize what Juan talked about, etc. You get that into an email every morning after the show. So sign up for those at blessed2teach.com. That's blessed with the number 2teach.com. And here it's just amazing what's going on right now. Here's Bongino and Patel discover stunning Comey arrow files in a room hidden from the use at the FBI headquarters. So basically, this whole room, they didn't go through the process of digitizing like they're supposed to, so it's searchable and things like that. They just hid it in a room. And so Bongino and Patel found this, and they've been digging through it and going through the process of digitizing it, and so there's a lot coming out. This is one reason why they've reignited a lot of these, like the pipe bomb that happened during the 2020 election. I'm going to go back to the whole 2020 election fraud and the framing of the American people to cover up the crime of the 2020 stolen election. That's what that was. And the select committee was the cover up of the cover up, right? So as they find all this, now that we have patriots in control of these institutions, it's going to be exciting to see that. I thought it was interesting about Juan Osama talking about, should the FBI even exist? Is it constitutionally needed, right? Should you have the states do all these investigations, et cetera? That's really interesting. It's like, wow. So big changes are coming. Here's the GOP rushes to win Musk back by codifying it into law Dodge cuts as the billionaire pulls back support. So basically, as you know, he was a key Republican supporter, and all these Republicans were expecting him to help them win in the midterms, right? And all of a sudden he said, I'm not giving any money to Congress because they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And you can't take all these Dodge cuts and then not have them codified into law. And so they're finally getting their butts in gear. Because they know they're going to need Musk's money, right? Here's May ratings are in. MSNBC and CNN are about as popular as the Black Plague. I love that. So, guys, this is what I know Dia asked this, but I really believe we're starting to see this. We're seeing 50% of people at all-time high think the country's going in the right direction when we're supposed to be totally split, where it's always 40, 45% less, right? And so the fact that that's a good indicator that we've got to get that 50% up to 60 or 70% before I think the military comes in to do what it needs to do, right? And this is great news when you just look at them getting hammered, right? Losing down 18%, down 24%, while Fox News is up 23%. And remember, Fox News is the rhino of the rhinos of MSM, right? So that's not, I'm not celebrating that, other than that they at least talk 80% truth, 90% truth, right, as controlled opposition. But MSNBC says 90% false, lies, right? So it's good to see people waking up to the super false news, right? MSNBC, CNN just getting crushed. And you can see a difference here, like 3.77 million viewers for the 5 as an example. And the next one, Jesse Waters having 3.2 million. He knows Q. He always alludes to the Q drops in a hidden way, right? Gutfeld, 2.93. Brett Baer, all above Hannity, who interrupts everybody every second. I'd hate to see him interview Juan. We wouldn't get to hear from Juan much, right? So as an example. But anyway, this is good news, I think, showing the Mockingbird media is losing its power. That's just beautiful. Pretty soon, I believe Fox News is going to be completely needs new leadership and or replaced as well. And that's starting to happen. You're starting to see the Newsmax and the Trump Plus and all these different things. I'm opening up a new media network here myself called Faith and Freedom TV. I'm going to be really launching here over the next few weeks. We're all adding up to take viewership away from the MSM, right, including the Fox Newses of the world. So it's a beautiful thing to see. President Trump gives Putin a deadline to prove he's serious about ending the war in Ukraine. I think this is all optics. I believe that they already have a plan to make this happen, but we'll see. But he says he's got 2 weeks to get in gear, right? I need to check the time because we need to move over to the other channel. We got in about 12 minutes. We'll be moving over. Make sure you follow and it's only got 10 followers or something in the Word and Worship channel right now. So right now, if you don't mind, just search on your Rumble, find the Word and Worship. Well, actually, there's a link below in this video. There's a link that just says the new Word and Worship channel. It's the first link in the description. Link over to that and make sure you subscribe to that, follow that, so that about half our shows now, all the Word and Worship, all the praise and prayer, including the Sunday show, is all not going to be on this channel anymore, right? So from a licensing perspective, the music, I have to have it completely separate. So basically all the worship, all the teachings, all the praying and praise, all that's going to be happening on that channel in the link in the description, called Word and Worship. Word with an N, worship. No A-N-D. The and is an N. Word and Worship, okay? In fact, I'll just show that to you guys just real quick so everybody will know what that is. So again, if you go to Rumble, the way to find it from Rumble is you just type in search Word N with the letter N as in Nancy, Worship. And when you do that, you will see this channel. It's the only channel that will come up right there. It's got 14 followers now. Woo! so versus the 33,000 on this here, right? So if you want all that type of stuff, we're going to start praise and prayer right there. We're going to start that in about 10 minutes, right? So I want to see if I can get through a few more pieces of news before we do that. MIT scraps DEI office, ends programs amid Trump's fight with Harvard. So this is good news. It shows you we're winning every day. We're starting to coach. Everything's flipping. The pendulum's switched here. You know, even the universities are realizing they can't be this cabal foreign influence that they have been, and that the whole DEI thing needs to crash and burn. And we're starting to see that. Trump, in his Trump Truth, forwards this where the FHFA director calls Powell to lower interest rates, so a lot of pressure on the Fed. That's the whole banking cartel. They're trying to make Trump look bad so that they can win back and impeach him with the midterms. And so Powell's resisting that because he's part of the whole banking cartel, the international banking cartel. Remember, the Fed is not federal and it's not a reserve. And so it's really interesting how that's being exposed. Here's Trump put this, it says, breaking biggest political scandal in over a decade rocks Biden administration. People have been named in the Biden auto pen scandal. I did a whole episode on this whole auto pen and the Anon review of this.
We have a senior Democratic leader turned whistleblower and told Ed Martin who are the gatekeepers behind the auto pen. Not only that, he told Ed Martin they were making money off of the auto pen. Last week, Ed Martin disclosed that his probe with this auto pen scandal has begun weeks earlier while he was still serving as the interim U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia. Now,
I already reported on all this. I just wanted to show you that Trump Truth this gal. So that's pretty cool. He's taking TikTok stuff and he's retruthing it. So this shows you that this whole auto pen thing is going to be huge, right? Because it shows that it was a fake presidency and was being run by the cabal, right? That's really what was happening. So here's a truth that he retruthed again. It says, with a picture of Trump saying he's on a mission from God. Is that not true? I believe it is, guys. And nothing can stop what is coming. So Trump is taking Q terms. Nothing can stop his coming. It's obviously all over the Q drops. And he is retruthing this right here, right? So I just want to let you guys. And then here's a billboard that he retruthed about President Trump was right about everything, right? Isn't that interesting? So here's Trump talking about the whole giving a Pulitzer Prize to the Russia hoax to Washington, to Washington Post, and I think it was the New York Times, right? That he's moving forward. It looks like things are going well in that lawsuit. They had Dan Bongino on the Fox and Friends, and he talked about those 2 pipe bombs. This comes back to January 6th. This comes back to the 2020 stolen election. So no people are saying, hey, that 2020 stolen election doesn't really matter that much. Yes, it does. They stole it in 71 other countries. And they'll continue to steal the elections until we get rid of the machines and and clean up the voter rolls. Those 2 things have to happen, right? That is amazing. Here it is. Linda Lee exposes the doctor that covered up the Joe Biden medical condition. This is big too.
Point, because I want to talk about that doctor. You know who that doctor was? Kevin O'Connor. This is a family business associate. He had a financial interest in propping up the Biden regime, and that is a fundamental problem here. People lied about his cognitive decline because they wanted power. Let's be perfectly honest about that. Exactly. Jill Biden, and I will name the names. Jill Biden, Steve Ricchetti, Mike Donnellan, Anita Dunn, Anthony Bernal. These were the Jeff Zients. These were the people running our country. We had a council of presidents for the past few years. We didn't have an elected president. We had these unelected hacks who understood that Biden was our final gravy train, that as soon as he went off into the sunset, they were done. So they wanted to drag this on for forever.
Yeah, guys, and I gave a decode on this with Anna did a great job on it Tuesday. If you missed that, go back to it. Beautifully done decode, showing the auto pen and where this is all looking at. Look at the breaking. HHS terminates Moderna 776 million in mRNA bird flu injection contracts. Guys, this is war on Big Pharma. We see now RFK Jr. doing his job and slowly but surely getting the COVID vaccine off the childhood schedule. I think that's going to happen soon. It's not recommended by the CDC anymore. That's a big blow to them and their ability to have immunity. And then you have the HHS terminates this huge contract. He has taken it financially to the whole medical cartel that I've been trying to expose here with all the natural doctors coming on this show the last 3 years. Hospital administrators, the death protocol of remdesivir and ventilators. You had a higher risk of dying from COVID if you went to the hospital. There's whole articles about this now, about the COVID and the whole jabs being exposed. Hey, with that, we're going to go to praise and prayer now, guys. And so, again, this usually we would just right now start the music up, and we would start talking about what we're praising and lift up your specific prayers. All that happened on this channel, but now due to me playing music, and so the good news is with all this is I've got a bunch of new music. I can't use my old videos, but I can bring new videos into this. So make sure that you go right now, and that link down below in here, and we're going to go right over there now, and it'll start up in about 3 or 4 minutes. Actually, about 5 minutes or so, it'll start. And so join us on the Word and Worship channel. It's a Rumble channel, right? That's where all of our content will be. That had to do with teachings, has to do with the Rick's Alone Time with God blogs, has to do with all our praise and prayer and word and worship. Will all be over in the new channel linked below here called Word and Worship with an N. That's Word and Worship. Let me show you it one more time. This is the channel here that you'll see on Rumble right there. Word with an N, the letter N, Worship. See you guys over there here in about 5 minutes. God bless you all. With that, we're calling it quits on for tonight, but we will be back every single Monday.
What up, guys? I'm back. That was Juan. I wanted to show you something. There's this channel on YouTube I watch a lot. I've talked about it before. And the guy's a lawyer, and he talks a lot about police cases, and I had asked him in one of the comments what he thought about Trump supporting qualified immunity for police, and this video came out the next day, so I feel like I kind of got my answer, but I just want to play a small clip of it. In case you've never seen it before, because it's a good channel. And then we'll move on.
You're as big of a jerk as I've heard you are, so have a better day.
This motorcycle cop was running radar in a 45-mile-per-hour zone in Oklahoma City. A white SUV speeds by going over 10 miles an hour over the limit. The motorcycle cop pulls out and pulls the SUV over.
Hello. Hey, how's it going? Oh, great. What's up, man?
And then he recognizes the driver. It's the elected sheriff of nearby Canadian County, Oklahoma.
You're the sheriff, aren't you?
The sheriff didn't deny that he violated the law, but believe it or not, he was angry at the motorcycle cop for even considering giving him a warning.
So my intent was just to write you a warning.
Do you need to? I'd rather not be anything.
Nothing documented.
I'll go into exactly what was said and what the issues are, but did you know that this is the same sheriff from Oklahoma who has been preying on law-abiding citizens, ironically, for speeding, looking to seize their lawfully possessed, hard-earned cash? The same guy that was there with President Trump at the White House just a couple of months ago, pretending to support freedom, but actually looking to make police officers entirely unaccountable for violating constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens, just like this scumbag is doing in his so-called conservative county in Oklahoma.
And so I felt like I kind of got my answer there, but I figured a lot of you might have seen it before or subbed to it, but Civil Rights Lawyer, it's a really great channel. You can learn a lot there. Anyway, now we're gonna move on. Let me see where we're at. I want to show you this video that came out today because it might be important.
Because of Wienergate and the sexting scandal, the NYPD started investigating it.
In yet another sexting scandal, Anthony Weiner is accused of more than just infidelity. He's accused of breaking the law, sexting with a 15-year-old. Sources tell News 4 the feds issued a subpoena for his cell phone records.
Through a subpoena, through a warrant, they searched his laptop and sure enough found those 650,000 emails. They found way more stuff than just the more information pertaining to the inappropriate sexting the guy was doing.
675,000 Clinton emails when they got Anthony Weiner's laptop in a search warrant because of all his sex perversion issues. It was all the Clinton emails, the Clinton Foundation, her Secretary of State emails, Huma Abedin's emails. Lots of people emailed Huma as a proxy for Hillary.
They found State Department emails. They found a lot of other really damning criminal information, including money laundering, including the fact that Hillary went to this sex island with convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Bill Clinton went there more than 20 times. Hillary Clinton went there at least 6 times. The amount of garbage that they found in these emails of criminal activity by Hillary, by her immediate circle, and even by other Democratic members of Congress was so disgusting. They gave it to the FBI, and they said, we're going to go public with this if you don't reopen the investigation, if you don't do the right thing with timely indictments.
The FBI is combing through thousands of emails found on former Congressman Anthony Weiner's laptop. Investigators are looking for classified information or anything that might be tied to Hillary Clinton. The emails in question are believed to be from Weiner's estranged wife, Huma Abedin's account. She's one of Clinton's longtime aides.
We're not talking about 1 or 2 emails. We're talking about
Follow Huma.
Hundreds of thousands of emails.
NYPD was the first one
We
to
won't watch the whole thing, but I know we've all seen it before at some point going through all this, but it's a good refresher. It's one you don't want to forget. Now I thought we would take a look at Colonel Bosey's latest and see what's going on there. Yeah, a little unorganized tonight. It'll be nice to start fresh, like a fresh week next week, but let's check out Colonel Bosey.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Sarah Yule. If you're new, I'm Chief Operations for Australia One. And today is Tuesday, the 27th of May, 2025. As usual, we have our National Leader, Ricardo Bosey, joining us. He will give us an update, and if there's time, we'll have questions at the end. If you do have a question, please enter it into the comment section on our Rumble channel. We'll put that link up shortly, so you can pop over to Rumble if you're not watching from Rumble. Let's bring Rick into the chat. Into the stream, rather. Don't mind me. I've been up since 12:30, so my eyes are getting a bit heavy. How are you, Rick?
Oh, absolutely outstanding. Couldn't be better. Fit as a Mallee bull. Fit as a Mallee bull.
That's my pop. That was my pop's favourite saying. Bless him. He used to say that all the time. And mind you, it was quite ironic because he was probably one of the most unfittest, unhealthiest person. Smoked like a chimney, drank like a lizard. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm half asleep here, Rick. But that's funny. Okay, I'm just trying to find the Rumble link. This is the Rumble link. So if you're not watching from Rumble and you want to ask a question, go to our Rumble channel. Rick, is this going to be a long one tonight, or do you think we'll have time for questions at the end?
We'll have questions. I deleted a ton of stuff to be able to fit questions in. It is a data heavy one that's going to, by the end of it, you might, there's two major sections, one on Judaism and one on artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence is going to require some thinking on the viewers' parts. You'll go to sleep tonight. You won't be exactly sure maybe what I was getting at, but that's okay. As it bubbles through your mind as you sleep, you'll wake up tomorrow morning and go, "Oh, now I know what he meant. Okay, got it." So it's a bit of a complex one. I'm weaving a bit of a story in order to make a big point at the finish, but you'll get it. You'll get it. And the Judaism one, I've done Islam, I've done the gay. So hey, why not? Let's stomp in my big size 14s where angels fear to tread, and we'll just clear the air so people know exactly where we stand. Nobody else is afraid has a set of onions big enough to talk about these issues, but we will. You like us, hate us, doesn't really matter much to us. As long as we're up front with you, you know why you love us and why you hate us. So there you go. Before we kick off, can I just quickly mention floods around Taree and that area in New South Wales. Point number one, if you can help, please help these poor, desperate people. I know the A1 people did that. They are out there. There was a caravan park, I think, with some in excess of 100 caravans and those sort of homes that you have there. And the A1 people are in there up to their knees helping the people out. So well done. You absolute bloody champions. We're so proud of you. We really are. That's what it's all about, local action. And everyone does their little bit locally, and it all takes place the way it should. So well done to everybody. Help if you can. Now, here's the thing. This is what the bastards always do. Don't politicize the tragedy. Well, I'm not. Here we go. You ready? Part one. If you can help, please help. Now, for everybody else who's not up to their knees in water and watching their house flow down the river, here's a few questions for you. Oh, I was about to top up the swear jar, but I'm going to behave myself tonight. Where are the local councils in the state?
Okay, guys. Just, I'm hoping it's not my end that's frozen. Rick was having issues with internet earlier on. Are you there, Rick?
Yep, you got me again.
You were just about to talk about the local council. Not tonight. Okay, if you're new, sometimes we have issues with internet connections, particularly at Rick's end.
Okay, how are we going now?
Okay, you've come back. Yeah, you're
okay,
back.
Where did I drop?
Local councils. You're just about to start talking about the local councils.
Okay, so we're not politicising the tragedy. What we're going to do is stick a finger in the face of the lazy, crooked bastards that let this happen year after year after year. How many times can you have a once-in-a-100-year flood? Every 3 years, apparently, now. Now, I don't want to talk about the cause of the flood. White hat, black hat, natural phenomenon. Don't care. Not interested. The local councils and the state governments have done absolutely nothing for decades and decades and decades in terms of their flood mitigation. Now, you've got to ask yourself the question, why? Why is this so difficult? It's not that hard. This year was taller than last year. Really? Well, fuck me. Go see the Netherlands. They build dikes and they stop. The Anzacs can't figure out what to do. Truly. Here's why, folks, they don't do anything. One, it's in their interest. This is the local councils in the state. It's in their interest not to do anything. It's the money go around. The insurance companies, they get to pay up, they get to put their premiums up or deny payment. And then all the houses have to be cleaned, and there's a little Masonic business right there that gets benefit. Then the appliances have to be replaced. There's another Masonic business that gets benefit. And the electronics have to be replaced, and that's another Masonic business that gets benefit. And everybody's making money off this, except the poor old punt who's up to his knees in water. You don't think this can't be done? Now, is this some guy just ranting about what seems to be true? Well, guess what, folks? At one point, I was the Australian Defence Force member of the New South Wales State Emergency Management Committee. And I sat there in a room full of 40 other people under Major General Horry Howard. He was retired at that stage, and he was the head honcho at that point. And I watched this good officer juggling 40 self-interested, crazy individuals, with the exceptions of the volunteers. The volunteers were fantastic. They were brilliant. But there were government departments there were unions there, and all they did was stick a stick in the spokes of the wheel so it wouldn't go anywhere. Their refusal to accommodate, to negotiate, to come up with real solutions for the locals, because the volunteers are great and the locals are great, and they were stitched up by the New South Wales state government and the local councils without exception. They're complete bastards. That's why you're up to your knees in water, folks. It's got nothing to do with once in 100 years, once in 500 years floods. How would you know it's 1 in 500 years floods, you morons? Seems to happen every second week now. Now, on top of that, it's not just the floods. Again, I was the representative. I've had the most amazing career. It's almost like every job I did with shooting things has helped me in this job I'm doing now. But there were bushfires at one point, and I went down to the local, the fire control centre, and there was the bejeweled commander of the fire effort, all the volunteers and everything that was coming in. He was controlling it all. Well, that was his job. And I walked into the room, and there are screens everywhere. It looked very sexy. Trouble is, this bloated buffoon didn't have a fucking clue what he was supposed to be doing. I've never seen a guy with you ever seen the sort of the eyes like dinner plates and the slack jaw? That was him. No clue. His incompetence was breathtaking. So if you think the bushfires and the droughts, which are famous in the Australian poems, that's the nature of this country, folks. If you think that those things are happening because, oh my God, it's an act of corrupt imbecility on behalf of state government, unions, and the rest of them that don't want this to be fixed. And at the top of the, who guessed it, it's the Masonic filth. So I'll tell you what, everybody within cooey of somebody in trouble, go help them out because they need it. Everybody else, get on the phone and start hammering the fuck out of these state representatives saying, where's your flood mitigation plan? Where's your bushfire mitigation plan? Where's your drought mitigation plan? And have you actually done anything about it? And don't talk about climate change. We're not interested in climate change. Build a levee. Clear the undergrowth. Squeeze them hard, folks. Squeeze them till their eyes pop. This is just breathtaking. And once again, I was there. I saw it. I saw the nonsense. The fucking unions would not leave the volunteers alone. The volunteer firefighters, their little brigade, they get out, they do this stuff all the time, but no, they want centralized control. And they, at every turn, not the firefighters, the firefighter union leadership, complete Masonic bastards that are fucking the people over royally every summer, and then in winter, every winter with the floods, and they don't care because everybody makes money out of it. It's sick. You don't believe me? That's fine. Absolutely fine. Rightio. Having said that, now let's get to work and let's get on with the show.
Okay, Rick, do you want to bring up the presentation and I'll share that on the screen?
Okay, there we go.
All right. Here we go, loading. Just letting you know, Rick, you are dropping out a fair bit, so this may not be as smooth as what you hoped tonight.
Great.
All right.
Okay, everyone, pray for good comms.
Yeah, pray for good comms, everyone. Okay, off you go, Rick.
Screen's up.
Yep, good to go.
Okay, thank you. Artificial intelligence is the main subject. Folks, I saw that picture on the right and I almost teared up. Please wake up. Please wake up, poor fellow my country. Please wake up, folks. Okay, agenda tonight. Quickfire news, Judaism, artificial intelligence, and a Q&A if we have time. I hope we do. Quickfire news, the spike protein, it destroys the pineal gland. Italian researchers have come out recently and it's evidence that the pineal gland has been targeted and it damages the endocrine system. So there you go. Another little joyous piece of news. UA1 are the real heroes. And I said this at the beginning about the people that were helping out the flood victims, but all of you out there, UA1 people, you're the real heroes in this story. And it never ceases to amaze me how the actors pretending to be what you are, they get all the accolades, but these guys aren't brave. These guys aren't smart. These guys aren't tough. These guys don't sacrifice shit. They spend their lives playing make-believe and getting paid royally for it. So you A1 people out there every weekend doing what you're doing, thank you so much. You're not Denzel Washington, the rest of them. You're the hero. So thank you so much. Flu shot lies. What a surprise. I know you've probably seen this, but we're going to play it again for the newcomers to the show because they just don't seem to be getting it.
Even before
HHS, they've shifted from saying that the flu vaccine will stop you from getting the flu, which is what I was told. And now they've shifted to the old, oh, no, it's just supposed to lessen your symptoms. Here's a Cleveland Clinic study they just did. And it turns out not only does it not stop you from getting it, but guess what?
A large study at the Cleveland Clinic found out that the flu vaccine, the influenza vaccine over last winter, wasn't that effective. In fact, it had a negative efficacy of 26.9%. In other words, if you took this flu vaccine, you were 26.9% more likely to get influenza. Now, unfortunately, the paper doesn't give us details on how much money the pharmaceutical industry made from selling this vaccine with negative efficacy, nor does it list the side effects that occurred from this vaccine. But I would say that the side effects from this vaccine would be considerably less than it were if it was a mRNA type vaccine. It's not. It's a dead virus type vaccine.
Taking the flu shot.
The flu. Taking the flu shot gives you the flu. What a surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a pattern here. They're lying to us. They're killing us. But let's move on.
Shot. We've got to make sure we clarify that with people. It has nothing to do with whether or not it's effective. We know it's highly effective. Highly effective.
There you go. Just a reminder for the new people, if you haven't seen that, there it goes. Okay, let's go. Judaism, as I said previously, I've spoken about the before about the Islamists. And now it's Judaism's turn. Another supremacist religion. Another supremacist religion. When he comes, in Judaism, the term Mashiach is translated as Messiah, refers to a future Jewish king from the Davidic line. who will be anointed with holy anointing oil and rule the Jewish people during the Messianic age. Well, how about that? Good for you. This is expected to be a great political leader and judge and leading to a period of peace and prosperity. Terrific. But only for a few people. Now, the Talmud and the Torah. And again, this is sort of background for those of you who don't know. The Torah. The Torah is the compilation of the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, namely the books of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. The Torah is also known as the Pentateuch, or the 5 books of Moses. The Talmud, the central text of Rabbinic Judaism and the primary source of Jewish religious law and Jewish theology. Jewish religious law is key. Get a copy of the Talmud or the Zohar if you wish and read what the Jewish religious law says. You'll find it very instructive. And here's from the horse's mouth himself. Let's have a listen about the Jewish Mashiach.
Gog and Magog is the you want to call it World War III, you want to call it the end of all wars, whatever you want to call it. It's called Gog and Magog according to the Torah. This war will start with a war between Ishmael, which is the Muslims, and Edom, which is the Christians. It's going to be a world war. Initially, they're going to kill each other, fight each other, try to destroy each other, but then they're going to turn around, stop the fight, and then both of them attack Israel. Obviously, the war is never going to stop. It's going to be a continuously built war and so on, but at some point, the Mashiach is going to come. The Jewish Mashiach is going to come. Not the Christian Mashiach, not the Arab Mashiach. The Jewish Mashiach is going to come, and the war is going to take the next big step. Once the Mashiach, son of David, will come, he will fight against the enemies of Am Yisrael. He will defeat all of them. 2/3 of the world are going to die, are going to be destroyed during these wars, some at different parts, but 2/3 of the world will die in a short period of time. The Gaon Vilna says 8 minutes. There's going to be a nuclear war where there's, as part of this Gog and Magog, where in 8 minutes, 2/3 of the world are going to die. 1/3 will remain. That third that remains, some of them will survive. The only people that are going to survive are Jews that are righteous Jews, that are Torah observant. They're observing Shabbat, they're observing family purity, they're observing the Torah. That is what gives us a right to exist. The Gentiles, they have to observe the 7 Noahide laws, which are fewer, but not necessarily easy. Once the Mashiach comes, once it is clear to everyone that the only divine document that has ever existed and exists today is the Torah and nothing else. Not the Quran, not the New Testament, not the Buddhist teachings. That means that everyone is going to accept or reject it. There's no middle ground. Either you accept it or you reject it. This is going to be the process. This is going to determine who's going to survive, who's not. People that accept it 100% are going to be the part of the people that survive. People that reject it, fight against it, are going to be part of the 2/3 of the world that die.
I reject it. Oh, man. Brilliant. Let's move on. He mentioned the Noahide laws, which we Gentiles must follow. Okay. The 7 Noahide laws are enumerated in the Talmud. Now, the Noahide laws are the in Noah and their God. This is the Jewish God. This is an Elohim, not to be confused with the Christian God. That's one of the great lies that's been perpetrated. The Jewish God is not the Christian God. The Jewish God is an Elohim. And even Jesus Christ made that abundantly clear. So the God of the Old Testament is not the one that they pray to, is certainly not the one that Christ prayed to in Gethsemane. Now, what are the 7 Noahide laws? Let's go through this. Prohibition of idolatry. No one should worship idols or false deities. Prohibition of blasphemy. One should not blaspheme or curse God. Okay. Prohibition that no one should commit murder. Prohibition of sexual immorality, adultery, incest, and other forms of sexual immorality are forbidden. Wow, that's interesting, given what the Talmud says what can be done to non-Jewish children, but okay. Strange coincidence, strange similarities between the Talmud and the Quran, but that's another story. Prohibition of theft. No one should steal or take what is not theirs. Prohibition of eating a limb of a live animal. It's considered cruelty. And the establishment of courts of justice societies must have systems of law and justice to ensure adherence to the laws. Okay, well, if that's what they want to believe, good luck to them. No problem with that. What is the problem with the Noahide laws? The punishment for violating Noahide laws is decapitation. How you feeling, Gentiles? For a bit of head lopping? Man, according to that list, woof. Let's see. Blasphemy, yeah. Murder, no. Sexual immorality, I think. Theft, well, I did steal a pen once from a bank. Eating live animals, no, I haven't done that. And courts of justice, I think that's pretty cool. So I better go hand myself into the local rabbi and bend over and let him take my head off. That's the Noahide laws that we are required to follow. No. Religious freedom. What about religious freedom? Religious freedom. What about religious freedom? Well, you know, it could be like this, it could be like that. I'm sick to death of the whining little Jews and the Muslims. Religious freedom. How about you obey the law of the country in which you live? Look, it appears reasonable to permit most belief systems to be practiced. We've got no problem with that. That's our policy, insofar as they do not conflict with Australian secular law. So you can bend, we've said this 100 times, you can bow and submit your heart, your mind, and your soul to whomever you like, except Satan, of course. We have a special place for him. But yeah, fill your boots, go for it. Insofar as your physical acts do not conflict with Australian secular law, which is based on a Christian ethic. That's the law in this country. Sorry, folks. You're the new arrivals. Get the fuck out if you don't like it. We're not changing this country's foundational ethics and philosophy and history, which is Christian, to accommodate your nonsense and your crazy-assed gods. Your God wants you to cut the skin off of the foreskin of a boy? Really? Oof, doesn't sound like a God to me. Have you read the Old Testament? Sounds like the rantings of an adolescent denied his first beer. Islam, there's another good one. So you can take your God and the Islamic God and have a chat between yourselves, but somewhere else, because not in this country. Now, one may submit one's heart, mind and soul to whomever they like, but all actions must be in alignment and consistent with Australian secular law, which once again is based on a Christian ethic. I say it again and again and again until you get it through your thick Semitic heads. See, this is what people don't realize. But the Arabs and the Jews are both Semitic peoples, which I find amusing. So there you go. See, the paramount concept of which this Christian ethic is that we're all made in the image of God, Imago Dei, and therefore we are all equal under the law, unlike Islam, unlike Judaism. This is Australia. We're Christians in our ethics, in our history, in our philosophy. All are equal under the law. Nobody's special. Whew, man, oh man. Okay, a couple of questions for people watching. This is a very short segment tonight. I want to focus on the artificial. Is there any room for Noahide laws in Australia? General question to the audience. Make up your own mind. Is there room for penile mutilation in Australia? Why should a little Jewish boy in Australia have fewer human rights than anybody else? Why should he have his foreskin cut off, which causes massive psychological trauma from which he never recovers? And this has been documented. Why should a Jewish boy have fewer rights? And is there room for sucking the penis of a recently circumcised boy, which is apparently a habit that some, not all, but some mortals who do the snip, they suck the penis. And it's been recorded these mortals have venereal diseases on their mouth, and it's transmitted to the little baby who is now screaming. This isn't religion, this is sickness. Sorry, folks, not anti-Semitic. You make up your own mind. If you think these things are healthy and happy, go for your life. But we don't. Final word. All Australia will remain Gentile. No state, region, city, town, suburb, or street within Australia will be under Jewish law, regardless of what you do with your laws. Jewish law, insofar as it conflicts with secular law based on a Christian ethic, does not fit and will be prohibited in Australia. This is your problem to resolve, not ours. Australia will be one country, one people, one flag, under one Christian law. Now, a little reminder of the difference between what your God demands of you and what Christians understand.
If you were to die tonight and you were getting entry into heaven, what would you say? If you answer that, and if I answer it in the first person, we've immediately gone wrong. Because I believed, because I have faith, because I am this, because I am continuing. Loved ones, the only proper answer is in the third person, because he. Think about the thief on the cross. And what an immense, I can't wait to find that fellow one day to ask him, how did that shake out for you? Because you were cussing the guy out with your friend. You've never been in a Bible study. You never got baptized. You didn't know a thing about church membership. And yet you made it. You made it. How did you make it? That's what the angel must have said, like, what are you doing here? Well, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Well, because I don't know. Well, excuse me, let me get my supervisor. They go get their supervisor ranger. So we're just a few questions for you. First of all, are you clear on the doctrine of justification by faith? The guy said, I never heard of it in my life. And what about, let's just go to the doctrine of Scripture immediately. This guy's just staring. And eventually in frustration, he says, on what basis are you here? And he said, the man on the middle cross said, I can come. Now, that is the only answer. That is the only answer.
I really do. I hope you get the significance. And if you didn't, watch it again and again and again and again and again and again, and then you'll understand. Right, artificial intelligence. This is just part of the war against independent sentient beings. That's all it is. It's just part of. So we're going to have a look at it, but we're going to have a look at it in context so we can begin to understand what it is, who's doing it, and what we have to do about it. Okay, let's look at some definitions first. Artificial intelligence, the field of science concerned with building computers and machines that can reason, learn, and act in such a way that would normally require human intelligence, or that involves data whose scale exceed what humans can analyze. And there's also artificial generative intelligence or generative AI, which can create new things. But basically, that's it. So what drives invention? That's a funny question. What drives invention? Because that's all this is. We're pursuing artificial intelligence. It's a wonderful invention, apparently. We're pursuing it. But what drives invention? Well, you want to solve a problem, obviously. We invent to solve problems. We're confronted with some set of circumstances with which we have difficulty dealing. So we have to invent a new idea, a new machine, a new concept, a new movement. So we're solving a problem. That's what drives invention. And I want to link this push through AI and invention. So what problem is artificial intelligence attempting to solve? It's a really interesting question. What problem is artificial intelligence attempting to solve? It's answerable, but it's a good one. But the answer will frighten you. So let's go. Pros and cons. Now, I just Googled pros and cons of artificial intelligence. This thing turned up. So let's go through it together. Advantages. Let's see. 24/7 availability. Yeah. Scalability. Absolutely. Improved accuracy and reduced rate of error. I'm sorry, but that's not right. That's just not right. Enhanced safety. Wrong again. Less mundane and repetitive tasks. Yeah, I'll pay that one. Improved human experiences. You bet you it can do. Unbiased decision making. Bah! Sorry. Nope. Not at all. Not at all. Lack of emotion and judgment. Incorrect. Phony emotion and judgment. Phony emotion and judgment. Innovation. Absolutely. Improved efficiency and productivity. Democratization of knowledge. No. Absolutely not. It does not democratize knowledge. It democratizes brainwashing. Expanded access to expertise, without a doubt. Okay, let's look at some of the cons. Lack of creativity, absolutely. Absence of empathy, no. It can fabricate empathy as much as you want. It's not an absence of empathy. It's fabricated, it's false. Skill losses for humans, absolutely it does that. Increases laziness in humans and low productivity, of course it does. Grammarly, oh, yeah, you'll type in 50 random words and then it'll produce a thesis for you. You've learned nothing. But you are teaching AI all your skills by engaging. Let me tell you a quick story on that one. When I used to play Call of Duty, the online first-person shooter game, I noticed that the more I played, the more it learnt my tactics and techniques depending on which map I was fighting. And so I'd have to adapt. And then I'd start winning again, but then it knew what I was doing. And I realized what I was doing with every other Call of Duty player, I was teaching AI. The online game Eve, which I've mentioned before, it's an online space game. It's free, which is always suspicious. But all these people are teaching AI how to defeat you. You are teaching them how to defeat you. Well done. Job loss and displacement, without a doubt. Ethical and privacy violations, absolutely. High energy requirements and questions of sustainability, that's just bollocks. That's never a reason for a massively excellent tool. Inaccuracies, yes, lots of inaccuracies. Unforeseen risks stemming from AI flaws, yes. Risks on a larger scale, that's an absolute con. Deep fakes and other fraudulent activity. And uneven distribution of benefits to society. What bollocks is that? All benefits to society are unevenly distributed. That's the nature of life. But there you go. Now, what's the bigger picture come out of that slide? Not the pros and cons as they said it, but I applied my own judgment to this and thought, no, I'm not going to believe this just because it's on a slide on an AI page. You've got to think for yourself. You've got to think for yourself and decide. I know that's tough for some. You should see some of the ridiculous questions online. Grok, is this true? I mentioned a couple of weeks back. Grok, I just wanted to see how effective Grok was. I said, give me a rundown on Ricardo Bozzi. Extreme right-wing lunatic, tinfoil hat and loon, blah, blah, blah. The normal nonsense you'll read in Wikipedia. Okay. Show me a picture of Ricardo Bozzi. Couldn't find one. So I went, okay. I understand that. It's been shut down and we're being blocked. Whatever, not a problem. Recently, I haven't tried the photograph one, but recently somebody else typed in, tell me about Ricardo Bozzi. Well, the next thing, apparently I'm now the best thing since sliced bread. I'm an advocate for this and a good advocate for that, and I'm passionate about this and passionate about that. How can that change so quickly in the matter of a couple of weeks? Well, maybe it's because it's nonsense. It's spewing garbage. Garbage in, garbage out. And I correct Grok all the time with their heavily laden, emotion-laden expressions. And Grok, man, left-wing as you can imagine. Not even straight down the middle, absolutely left-wing. And I was correcting it. I was asking questions and correcting it over and over and over again, saying, try harder. You're not being very good here. So, no. Ladies and gentlemen, please stop it. For God's sake, think for yourself. Oh, Now, I went to the website for Wired Magazine. Now, Wired Magazine is an excellent magazine, has been for a long time, for decades. Leading edge, bleeding edge information on everything technology, everything new. It's an extraordinary resource. I went to Wired Online, to their artificial intelligence database, and let's see what sort of things are popping up. Here we go. Get ready. This is going to go quickly, and there's a reason for that. Here we go. Databricks, that's a company, has a trick that lets AI models improve themselves. Designer Ray-Ban Metas, an EV to mock Tesla, and portable pizzas. Here's your gear news of the week. Boston Dynamics led a robot revolution. Now its machines are teaching themselves new tricks. Anthropic, that's another company, launches the world's first hybrid reasoning AI model. Moving on. Why beating China in AI brings its own risks. Boto, the millionaire AI artist, is getting a personality. So there you go. You've got AI artists with personalities. Here's one that I really laughed. OnlyFans models are using AI impersonators to keep up with their DMs, their direct messages. OnlyFans, as you know, are women that'll strip online and then you pay to watch them do their gear. And they're making millions, literally millions a month. But they can't keep up with the creeps that watch that stuff. And now they've got AI answering their messages. And here's the funny part. There are people out there using AI to produce genetically perfect women who will do anything you want on screen. So you've got an AI image sending AI messages responding to real people. I just find that funny. I find that very funny. Celsius founder Alex Mashinsky pleads guilty to fraud. Well, blow me down. The man behind Amazon Robot Army wants everyone to have an AI-powered helper. I'm sure he does. 5 key updates in GPT-4 Turbo, AI's newest model. How to create images with ChatGPT's new DALL E3 integration. Does using AI make me lazy? Yeah, it does. AI can give you an NPC that remembers. It could also get your favorite artist fired. Starting to get a bit dangerous there. Apps are rushing to add AI. Is there any of it useful? Please stop asking chatbots for love advice. How AI can make gaming better for all players? I don't doubt that. 5 uses for ChatGPT that aren't fan fiction or cheating at school. Generative AI in games will create a copyright crisis. Booty who? How to tackle AI and cheating in the classroom. All the ways ChatGPT can help you land a job. I finally bought a ChatGPT Plus subscription and it's worth it. 6 tips for using ChatGPT to brainstorm better. 11 smart prompts to do more with Google Bard. How ChatGPT and bots like it can spread malware. Again, what a shock. Want more out of generative AI? Here are 9 useful resources. What does it really mean to be more healthy? Should I learn coding as a second language? 1 startup's plan to help Africa lure back its AI talent. Eric Schmidt is building the perfect AI war fighting machine. Meet Bard, Google's answer to ChatGPT. The race to build a ChatGPT-powered search engine. Get used to face recognition systems. ChatGPT is coming for classrooms. Don't panic. Yeah, of course not. China is the world's biggest face recognition dealer. We know that, has been for years. Face recognition in China. Once your name goes into the search, within minutes, doesn't matter where you are, within minutes you will be found. Cheaters hacked an AI bot and beat the Rocket League elite. Algorithms allegedly penalize black renters. The DOJ is watching. What a surprise. ChatGPT has investors drooling, but can it bring home the bacon? Iran says face recognition will ID women breaking hijab laws. The overlooked upsides of algorithms in the workplace. The spawn of ChatGPT will try to sell you things. You get an idea that ChatGPT might have paid these people a lot of money. Do you feel overwhelmed? When I went through that part of the research for tonight's show, I did. I'm sitting there looking at it going, my God, how can I keep up with this? And the trick is you're not supposed to. You're supposed to be overwhelmed. This is moving at such a pace, you are supposed to be confused. So if you are confused like I was, that's exactly where they want you. Let's move on. How did we get here? How did we get to this place where we're now looking at artificial intelligence and watching a rate of advance which is terrifying. Let's get some perspective. This is not a problem in isolation. You've got to look at the bigger picture to get context. In 95-96, I was the SO2 plans, that's a major, for Headquarters Special Ops of the Department of Defence in Canberra in the ACT. Why is that important? Well, the internet was bursting onto the scene, and the question was, how are we going to deal with this? Literally, this new thing called the internet was now really making its way into businesses, into the military, and everyone's looking at it saying, what do we do? So I asked myself if this had happened before, that is, instant knowledge available to the masses. Was there a precedent? And I thought about it for a while, and the answer came. The invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg around 1440 in Germany, the famous Gutenberg Bible, was the result of that movable type. And I thought, okay, somebody's done some research on this. So I searched the Department of Defense library and I found a thesis on the implications, social, cultural, etc., of the invention of the printing press. And I went through that. It was a very good thesis by a young lady, very good work. And from that, I derived enough lessons learned to help start setting up, certainly in my own mind, our special ops and generally defense, specifically and defense generally, how we can exploit this opportunity to our advantage against the adversaries. So there's always a perspective you can get. It revolutionized knowledge dissemination and literacy impacting society, economy, religion, and culture. And I wanted to know what to do about it from a military perspective, and it helped immensely. So instead of looking at just AI and saying, oh my God, what do we do? Let's just pull back a bit and see it in perspective, in the larger picture. So what I did was I backcast to forecast. Well, I did it at the time and it paid off, and I did it again. So let's backcast a bit and see where we are and how did we get here. Let's see where we were and where we're going. Okay, I'm going to take you through some ages now. In order to get a context of where we are and where we're going. Now, this list is a list that I've just compiled for the purpose of actually making a point. It is not utterly comprehensive. It is not complete, but it's useful enough to learn a few lessons. So first of all, was the agrarian age. Humans went from hunter-gatherers to actually sowing crops on a rotational basis in alignment with the seasons, the agrarian age. Then there was the metallurgical age. We started using metals. Now, the genius that came up with the idea of heating ore, which they had no clue what it was just a blue colored rock, to high temperatures to produce copper, for example. What a genius. Immensely clever. The question is, of course, did that individual come up with it, or was it divine inspiration from the Holy Spirit, or was it an ET that landed and said, hey, mate, if you heat that up, you'll make a tool? I'll leave that for you to decide for yourself. That was followed by the mechanical age. Now, don't worry about timelines here, because this is covering large periods of time, but these are the major innovations that led to developments. The mechanical age. Then there's the production age, where mass production was possible. And you can see each step is building on the previous steps. Then there was the genetic age, genetics, the secret of life. The digital age, zeros and ones, no more analog, all digital. The robotics age, the intelligence age, we're talking AI here. The transhuman age. Now, this is where I backcast so I could forecast. So this is where I started to speculate and say, okay, what's coming next? I mean, they've told us you don't have to be a genius to figure this stuff out. So you've got the artificial intelligence age, you've got the transhuman age. So what's after the transhuman age? Let's think about it. The hive mind age again. If you can read and think, you can come up with this, as I did, come up with these yourself. And it's not necessarily correct, but it's certainly helpful to understand the trajectory that is being pursued, not by us, but those who would rule us. So what comes after the hive mind age? The soulless age. Some of you are already there. The soulless age. And remember I said the Italians have found out that the pineal gland, the pineal gland is destroyed by the COVID jab, specifically. What happens after that? Well, imagine you've got an entire civilization, highly advanced, and they've evolved themselves away from what they were. And they see other species far less advanced, and yet they're connected to the Almighty. They're connected to the powerful intelligence outside of space-time, energy, and matter, which is daily involved in our lives. And yet, for all their forced evolution, they've developed themselves away from that. So what would that next age be? It's the God search age. They will spend the rest of eternity, billions of years, searching for God. And they might find a fairly low species in low development, but for somehow they can communicate with the divine. Maybe if they cut up enough of these things, this species open, they might be able to re-engineer themselves so they can reconnect with the Almighty. It's a nice story. Pretty clever, I thought. So there you go. So there's a trajectory. And you can make up your own. If you disagree, that's fine. It's not a problem. The reason for doing this is so we can get some context to figure out what we do with artificial intelligence. Remember I said you backcast so you can forecast. You see where the trajectory was and where it's going. So is this just evolution? Excuse me. Is this just evolution? It looks pretty logical, doesn't it? It looks pretty logical that it's evolved step by step by step. Now, this model is elegant and helpful, but it's actually quite inaccurate, and I get that. See, the reality is that the inputs you can see were not sequential. We didn't go agrarian, metallurgical, mechanical, production, genetics, digital, robotics, intelligence, transhuman. No. That's what those that will control us would like you to believe. But it's not sequential. It's not sequential. Let me give you just a couple of examples of what I mean by that. Testing has been done to us for a long time now to determine our vulnerabilities. Because we know what their end state is, down the bottom there. 11, the soulless age. That's where they want us. How do I know that? Again, look at the trajectory from the past to the future. I'll give you some examples. One, here's an example of soulless as an objective. Evolution, atheism, and a godless universe. That was introduced way back when with the publication of Charles Darwin on the origin of species. And I'm going to talk about on the origin of species in more detail shortly, because that is a seminal step to destroy the concept of a powerful intelligence outside of space-time, energy, and matter. If there's one book that could be once and for all completely rubbished, that's the one. Because people still believe it, people still teach it. People are still writing their master's papers and their PhD thesis on the creation of life by introducing a spark into a super proteins. Believe it or not. And some people still believe evolution. But that's one. Here's another one. Transhumanism. Poison injections, the Spanish flu 1918. They've been testing us. Now, if you remember, and we've been speaking about this for years, vaccines were introduced a long time ago, and invariably, after the vaccine was introduced, the rate of illness skyrocketed. And we've previously produced the graphs for smallpox and a range of other vaccines, that the incidence of the disease is declining, and then the vaccine is introduced and it goes right back up again. So without the vaccine, so that wasn't in order to assist us, whether it's the Spanish flu or the syphilis epidemic or any number of them where they were just handing out free vaccines. Excuse me. It was designed to gather information for the transhuman phase of this operation. What works, what doesn't work? How can we switch things on and off in them? The hive mind. Excuse me, lies, brainwashing, and propaganda through the father of PR and propaganda. Here's the the nephew of Sigmund Freud, the famous psychiatrist and pedophile. So all these things happened well before. I put them on the slide there, roughly when they occurred, well before these concepts were ever written about or spoken about. Last one, another for the soulless age, the destruction of the pineal gland through the COVID shots. There you go. Another contributing factor. So you see what I mean? It's not sequential. The victory is pretty clear. The end state's pretty clear. The target is pretty clear. And we have been tested, and we have been in this life of servitude forever. I'll just leave that up for a moment and just look at it. I could have put it on a timeline. I could have put it in any number of ways. It doesn't matter. I could have introduced, say, the allopathic medicine age, and Rockefeller's taking over that. It doesn't matter. The point you need to understand from this slide is simple. There is a trajectory. Their objective has been clear. Now we can look at artificial intelligence in a whole new light. We don't try to look at it as a standalone subject, because it'll just drive you mad and you'll never be able to find solutions to the problems, because the problems will happen with such great rapidity that you'll never catch up. So, as you've heard me say before, a strategy discerned is a strategy defeated, and I think we can spot the strategy here. So let's move on. Origin of species. Now, let's get back to this 11th step, the soulless age. That's where they want to get us. So let's talk about that first introduction. Very clever book, very wrong book, very deceptive book on the origin of species by Charles Darwin. I think 1859, I think. It's a lie. He knew it was a lie. He knew it was a lie. Everybody knows it's a lie. Except schmucks like us who go to school and we read this stuff and we get told it's evolution. Now, I'm going to provide sufficient evidence for you to at least go, you know what, there might be something to it. If you want to ignore this, fill your boots. It doesn't matter to me. But you've got to get used to this idea that you've been lied to. Now, on the diagram there, you're going to see the eons down the bottom, the Precambrian eon, and going from left to right, the passage of time in millions of years, and we're talking geologic time. Now, if you look, I'm about to look at the top right-hand corner where you see the Paleozoic, pardon me, era, and you've got the Cambrian period. Now, that red rectangle represents about 11 years. It was known as the Cambrian explosion. Now, 11 years, 100 years? No, 11 million years. There you go, 11 million years. That represents 11 million years. Now, in geological time, that's not even worth mentioning. Nothing happens in that short a time period of 11 million years. And yet, there was an unparalleled emergence of organisms between 541 million and approximately 530 million years ago at the beginning of the Cambrian period. Unparalleled emergence of organisms. Now, let me just give you a get out of jail free card. If you don't believe in any of this stuff, we know that this is what we've been taught, so let's just go with what we've been taught, okay? The event was characterized by the appearance of many of the major phyla between 20 and 35 that make up modern life. I'll explain phyla in a minute. So in this period of 11 million years, which is shorter than a beast fart, 20 to 35 phyla appeared that make up most of modern animal life. It's unprecedented. It made no sense. All the major animal phyla that exist today evolved from these Cambrian fauna, all of them. What was a phylum and which phyla derived from the early Cambrian period? Let's just go through this now. And stay with me. Taxonomy is the practice and science of categorization and classification. There are 7 levels of taxonomy of life, and these are a kingdom, a phylum, that's the one we're after, a class, an order, a family, a genus, and a species. So this is how taxonomy does business, how life is recorded. Let's give you a better description of what this means. The emergence of a major animal phyla we see today include arthropods, including trilobites, which were dominant in the Cambrian, mollusks, a diverse group of varied shelled and soft bodies, echinoderms, like starfish and sea urchins, possessing unique radial symmetry, worms, including segmented worms, annelids, and other soft-bodied forms, chordates, including all animals with a notochord, including fish and vertebrates, sponges, simple multicellular organisms with a porous body structure. Now, the chordates are the ones we're looking at. The vertebrates, that's us, folks. That's us. A central nervous system down in your back. So I'll give you an idea of how this works. And it goes from general to specific. And the reason why you need to understand this so you understand why the lie was being told. Okay, the general. This is the example taxonomy of the dog. The domain. Eukarya is the domain, and it covers everything. It's to do with the cell structure. Then you've got a kingdom. This is the animal kingdom. Right? All animals fall into the kingdom. The phylum, and this is what we're talking about. All animals that have vertebrae. A class, mammalia, mammals. The order, carnivores. The family, Canidae, all dogs or dog-like animals. The genus is Canis, all domestic and wild dogs and wolves. The species, the Canis lupus, all domestic and wild dogs and wolves. And finally, the subspecies, the Canis lupus familiaris, which is the dog. And so what you can see here is this phylum, along with many others, appeared out of nowhere. Appeared out of nowhere in the 11 million years at the beginning of the Cambrian period. That's why it's called the Cambrian explosion. Darwin's book on the origin of species is a lie. There were no, and this is the key point you've got to pay attention to, there were no precursor life forms that link to the phyla which appeared in the early Cambrian period. So that phyla, let's just go back. That phylum for Chordata had no precursors. This just appeared. These animals that had a spinal cord and vertebrates just appeared out of nowhere. There was nothing that preceded it. It just appeared. New species did not and do not derive as a result of natural selection and random mutation. They don't. No new species has ever derived from the result of natural selection and random mutation, which is the grommet of Darwin's theory of evolution. Natural selection and random mutation led to new species. Modifications to existing life form do occur, but new species do not appear out of thin air. The mathematical probability of an accidental viable protein is so improbable, the numbers are so astronomically large, that even atheist scientists agree that it is all, for practical purposes, impossible for an accidental viable protein to appear. If you want more detail on that, I highly recommend, as I've done before, The Return of the God Hypothesis by Dr. Stephen Meyer, M-E-Y-E-R. Doesn't talk about God, although that's in the title. What he talks about is the probability of this entire universe just happening out of nowhere. And the mathematics of the atheists says they agree with Stephen. The best explanation is a powerful intelligence outside of space, time, energy, and matter. So you have been and are still being deceived. They're lying to you about everything. You've heard this 100 times, and even something as basic as evolution has still got a currency with people. And I know even friends and family of mine will look daggers at me if I suggest it, because their whole life is predicated on it. There is a powerful intelligence outside of space, time, energy, and matter, which is daily involved in our lives. That's what the science says. The science, to quote a bunch of people, is settled. Read the book, read the data, and you'll find it to be true. So why is that so important? There is a powerful intelligence outside of space-time, energy, and matter that is daily involved in our lives. Why is that important? Well, let's go back to our initial question. What problem is artificial intelligence attempting to solve? Do you remember that question? The answer is the enslavement of humanity. You saw the trajectory, folks. And that trajectory that I enunciated was based on their work, those that would destroy us. Now, at some point, we must examine the nature of those who control us. At some point, we must examine the entire framework of the matrix we inhabit. At some point, we must examine their goals and ambitions. At some point, we must stop bullying their lives. We must say no more. At some point. So here's the question. Are we sufficiently moral to limit ourselves? Are we sufficiently moral to limit ourselves? You know, it brings me to tears that we have humanity charging headlong, recklessly into artificial intelligence after having just come out of the COVID con. It's like they failed the first IQ test. Let's let them fail the second one, and they're doing it because nobody's asking any questions about AI. AI, as I said the other night, is the single greatest threat to humanity on this planet. AI. With psychopaths, everything is possible because there is no stop. There is no boundary. There are no self-limiting decisions. I can, I will because I can is not a way to live your life. And how are they controlled? How do these people continue? Well, I spoke about it some weeks ago. The Committee of 300, which is the level of control of this planet, has two tools at their disposal. One is their God and the other is mammon or money. They don't care which you take as long as you do their bidding. And there are other psychopathic scientists, doctors, bankers, fill in the blank, firefighters, trade unionists, politicians, judges, TV personnel. They'll do exactly what they're told, and they'll do it either for the money or for their God. And their God, of course, is Satan. We know that. They have told us. I'm not making this stuff up. This is their words, not mine. So the only thing that can stop this headlong rush to suicide, global suicide, is strict regulatory frameworks and oversight. That's it. Restricting developments to the achievement of agreed outcomes and end states. That's how it's done. Not doing it because you can, because it contributes meaningfully to an agreed end state, an outcome. That's why you'll notice A1 has an intention, a purpose, method, end state, and everything we do contributes to that end state. And if it doesn't, even to the least degree, we're not interested in it. This is what adults do. This is what moral people do. We need personal choices that prioritize an agreed morality. Agree the difference between right and wrong, and then think, speak, and act to advance the right and eradicate the wrong. It's the only way we can save ourselves. And this just doesn't apply to AI. This applies to every aspect of life on Earth. The Luddites and the Amish. I'm wrapping up here. People saying, oh, you're like a bunch of Luddites, or you just want to be like the Amish. Well, the Luddites were a 19th century labour movement in England, primarily consisting of textile workers who protested against the introduction of new machinery during the Industrial Revolution. They feared these machines would replace skilled workers, leading to job losses and reduced wages. That's true. And they would smash they'd get into the factories and smash the machines. The Amish, other side of the spectrum, are a distinct group of Anabaptist Christians known for their simple living, traditional values, and rejection of many aspects of modern technology. Well, we neither want to be Luddites nor Amish. but we certainly don't want to run headlong into disaster. So we have to chart a middle course here. Now, we have a cat. We have lots of animals. In fact, we have a cat, a dog, an axolotl, some fish, guinea pig. But we have a cat. Cat's name is Bella. When my wife's cats died, we had one left. She had a few cats, and one by one they passed. And she decided to get another cat. So the cattery and said, "Who's your what it is, male, female, ugly, attractive, 3 legs or 4? Who's the longest resident?" They said, "Well, we've got this one, and nobody wants to take it for some reason." There's nothing wrong with the character of the cat, but she was sort of black on one side and coloured on the other, a bit like a sooty, you might call it. And so we took the cat, and Bella became ours. And she was a wonderfully playful kitten. She used to give a hard time to the last remaining cat, Gatsby. Used to give him a terrible hard time, and was always in competition with Gatsby, who was the oldest cat. The cat was nearly 100 in cat years. But she knew she was sort of number 2, at least, in the pecking order. To the extent where every night when we'd say prayers with the girls, the cat would come up and sit with us and attend prayers, which we thought was very sweet. And then Gatsby passed on, and there's no other cats in the house. There's just Bella. Well, then Bella became too good to attend prayers, and so she stopped coming to prayers. She'd just sit there and look at that haughty look that cats give everybody. Then Snickers arrived. Who's Snickers? Snick's our French bulldog. Snickers arrived, a little puppy. All head, just no common sense, a typical Bosie. And all of a sudden, Snickers was the center of attention. And the cat felt miffed. And so she started attending prayers again so she could get some attention from the girls, which we thought was sweet. It was only out of self-interest, of course. A year and a bit ago, year and a half ago, she was paralyzed and dying from a tick bite. And we hadn't seen her for a while. And we went looking, and the girls found her under the landing, and she looked up and she couldn't move. She was literally paralyzed, and she was dazed from death. And at that stage, we're better now, but at that stage we didn't have money for vets or anything like that. And I was in the shopping center. And I love it when this happens. My head swung around and I looked at a counter. And right in front of me was a tin with malt extract. It's a gooey honey-like substance, very sweet, very tasty. Malt extract, and just on the fact I noticed and I react to that, I grabbed it. And I read it and I thought, okay, we'll get some malt extract because I like malt in the milk. But I got home and I had a look at it and I started doing some research. And it's they used to feed it to malnourished children, give them energy and strength and vitality because they were malnourished. And our cat, being paralyzed, could not move her mouth, could not eat, literally couldn't do anything. And I looked and said, I wonder if this is good for the cat. I did some research, and this malt extract, when diluted with water, was excellent for cats to put on condition and to revitalize them if they're ill. And so the girls restored the cat to full health, patiently every few hours, diluting some of the malt extract in water, and with a dropper, put a little bit in the cat's mouth. And bit by bit by bit over time, she was restored to full health, and she's back to her haughty self all over again. But what that experience did, find her place in the house. She still pretends to be haughty, but if I'm up early, it might be 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm at the table typing away, she'll come up and she'll just sit in my arms, pat her, and she starts purring. And once she's had enough, she'll hop up and go away. But that whole experience helped her find her place in the family, and the family found a place for her. So why did I tell that story in the context of artificial intelligence? Not just animals, but animals are a good example of the point I'm trying to make. They provide a healing power to us. It's one life and another, and we provide a healing power to them. A child that is not loved does not thrive and can die. Animals can die for lack of affection. We know that. It's the energy, it's the light, it's the vibration, it's the soul. It's not the gritology, it's not the stuff, the mechanics or the material of life that makes the difference. If you thrive, you will thrive, your children will thrive, the animal will thrive, everybody thrives. They're very empathetic. They sense our pain, we sense their pain. It helps us develop that empathy, which then can be diverted to others as well. They teach us responsibility. The girls get up every morning, cutting the carrots for the guinea pig, changing the straw in the cage, etc., feeding the cat, feeding the dog, feeding the fish. Part of a team, part of a family, meeting your obligations. They expand the range of emotions you will feel, and they feel. They help us grow. They provide opportunities for leadership because there's nothing like it needs leadership. They just need leadership. Boundaries have to be set. They have to be trained. And they're the happiest when they are meeting their master's needs. They teach the cycle of life. Life, birth, adolescence, adulthood, old age, and death. And they also teach there's more to life than life. Anyone who's paid attention around an animal that's passed or an adult that has passed or a person that has passed knows different has occurred. And I just don't mean the soul leaving the body, because they can hang around and let you know they're there. It also helps you understand the meaning of life. Because the meaning of life transcends breathing, going to work. And finally, they help develop wisdom in an individual if you pay attention. See, this is real. It's not artificial intelligence or artificial life. It's real. And from this experience of the real, we become more. And we find our place. We find our place with our family. We find our place with our friends. We find our place with God. We become more than we ever could have become. And that's the alternative to artificial intelligence. That's where we need to be. That's where we have to be. That's where we must. I'm going to finish off with a couple of videos to show you the alternative. Watch carefully. Please watch carefully.
Thank you for your testimony. The next registered witness we will call on is Alex Stein. You may begin when indicated.
You got to put on your microphone.
Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, sorry about that, guys. I've been sitting here all day. I'll just go over 15 seconds because it started a little late. So my name is Alexander Haydenstein. I work for a company in Las Colinas outside of Dallas, Texas called Oculus Tech. And I'm looking at the city of New York, and you guys have serious environmental protection problems. But I'm coming here with solutions, creative solutions for the 21st century, 22nd century, for the future, because this building was built in 1802 and we're still stuck in that mindset. We need to focus on what is called the metaverse. My company, we create technology where you're going to be able to live in a pod that is indistinguishable from your current reality. And as a matter of fact, when you plug into this metaverse, instead of living your traditional 72-year average lifespan, in the metaverse, you'll be able to live for 1,000 years. We're going to be able to reduce our greenhouse emissions greatly because we're going to be able to put people inside of pods. And in these pods, you think, oh, well, everybody's going to be asleep. That is true. Because of the COVID technology and the medical technology that we've gotten, we have intubation technology that people will actually be able to be, asleep for years and years for the rest of their life. And you think, oh, well, is this going to stop jobs? As a matter of fact, you're going to have a lot of jobs because you're going to have to deal with their fecal matter. You're going to have to deal with their urine. You're going to have to deal with, hooking up the machines, intubation. So this is going to help the health field. And you guys, when you talk about the future and you talk about the metaverse, right now, this military grade tech that we're using is basically indistinguishable what we have now. So if we can release this on the population, you can go into a metaverse, you can live an incredibly great life. The sex that you have in the metaverse is indistinguishable from sex, outside. The food you eat is indistinguishable from the food you eat out here. And that's the future that we need to live. So New York, we need to really focus on having creative solutions, because we can sit here and talk about carbon, trading carbon all day long. That's not going to do anything. We need to plug into these machines, because the city that never sleeps needs to go to sleep forever. That's what I think is the best solution for this, Jim. Any questions?
Thank you for your testimony. We will now call for any registered witnesses that were not called on Zoom to please raise your hand for the Zoom host. And I will ask the Zoom host to indicate whether there are any additional witnesses waiting to be called on virtually.
No questions, Jim?
There are no
Thank you.
people who
Thank you. Alex and Oculus Tech out of Los Colinas. Thank you.
It does not appear that we have any registered witnesses.
Human, otherwise forever. I still can't work out whether that last video. Was real or a joke. I'm serious. This imbecile, with all sincerity, we should become like the Matrix movie. Just plug in. Okay. I can just see this guy's obviously ambitious. He wants the best for himself. He wants to make a difference. He wants to put us all in pods. Okay, I'm going to finish off with this one now. We must prioritize humanity and what it is to be human, otherwise we'll be lost forever. The reason I'm finishing here is this. Remember I showed you the trajectory. And the artificial intelligence was somewhere in the middle and where we're headed. We must avoid that, and there's only one way to do it. So whatever low-level problems artificial intelligence provides for us as a species, the priorities, we must prioritize humanity and what it is to be human, otherwise we will be lost forever. And let's see this one.
That's me. I'm Ellie. Don't feel bad. It's okay. It was a long time ago. 1962. I just thought maybe you don't know about me. My parents didn't want me anyway. The doctors worked with scientists, and they took my organs out as soon as I was aborted. It had to be done right away because the organs need to be fresh. It's okay. It wasn't just me. There were 32 of us. They sent our organs to the United States for the experiment. It was my lung they ended up using. Fetal cell line WI-38. 38 because that's how much experiments they did on us. Fetal cell lines are used for all kinds of things, like vaccines. Mine was used to make MMR. You probably gave that one to your baby. I was one of the first fetal cell lines, but there's lots more from lots more babies. It's okay. I just thought maybe you haven't heard of us. Hello, I'm David. I was killed a few years after Ellie. It's okay. The doctor said my mom had psychiatric reasons to not want me. My lung made MRC5. 5 because it took 5 babies. Perhaps you had my shots? Rabies, polio, chickenpox. Hat 293 came from me. I'm Joanna. Did you hear about me? They used my cell line just now for the COVID vaccines. Heck, human embryonic kidney. But I wasn't an embryo. I was 3 months gestation. It's okay. No one knows how many babies it took. For heck, 2 times 3. But there was 293 experiments. So it was a lot of babies. And no pain medication. That would ruin the cells. It's okay. I'm Jordan. They use my cell line to help with the COVID vaccines as well. Percy 6. They took my eyes. It's okay. I'm Bo. In 2015, China tried something new for me and 8 other babies. It's called water bag abortion. To keep us alive as long as possible so the organs will be fresh. My lung made the Wolvax 2 cell line. I'm not going to be the last one, though. There's going to be more after me. And me. And me. And me. And me. It's okay. It's okay. We just thought you ought to know.
Experiments were being performed on near-term alive aborted babies who were not even afforded the mercy of anesthetic as they writhed and cried in agony. And when their usefulness had expired, they were executed and discarded as garbage.
It's okay.
We must prioritize humanity and what it is to be human, otherwise we will be locked forever. Whatever problems we're facing, artificial intelligence is just one of many. Unless we do prioritize humanity, human life, we don't deserve to survive. Please wake up. Okay, Sarah, that's it. That one's pretty tough. That one's pretty tough, folks. As I was writing this piece, it's all right, Sarah. As I was writing this piece and trying to come to some intelligent conclusion about the problem of AI, it was only towards the end that the answer to just every problem we have, is for us to become moral people. And as I said, I defined that earlier. A group of people who can agree the difference between right and wrong, and then think, speak, and act with us the right and eradicate the wrong. That's it, folks. Whatever problem you've got, whatever problem we have as individuals, whatever problem we have as Australians, whatever problem we have as inhabitants of planet Earth, nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. We must become a moral people, and then every problem we have becomes easily solved. Okay. You're right now, Sarah?
Yeah, I think we should finish on that note, Rick. I think that we need to keep that raw in everyone's mind, just as a reminder.
That's a good call, Sarah. All right. Thanks for your help tonight, Sarah. Thanks, Meg. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got to remember this is a battle for the survival of us. Please put aside the petty image of this war. Focus on what's important and do what's got to be done. Thanks for watching. My name is Ricardo Bosi, National Leader of Australia One, and we'll see you soon.
Well, hello, Patriots. How was that? It's pretty hardcore, wasn't it? I like Lieutenant Colonel Bozy. Yeah, the Roe versus Wade video, I really urge everyone to share that video. Let me see if I still have it here. I'll bring it up again. I mean, that doesn't change some people's minds, and I don't know what would. Yeah, I've got it.
Put me out in front of the cameras and tell me what to say. That's what I'd say. Wow. I took their money and they put me out in front of the cameras and told me what to say. That's what I'd say.
Wow.
We've gathered here today to pay homage to the children that are being aborted in this abortuary. We're doing this because abortion is wrong. And I, as the former Jane Roe of Roe versus Wade, do regret signing the affidavit for the pro-abortion camps. That was probably about it.
It was all an act?
Yeah. I did it well, too. I am a good actress. Of course, I'm not acting now. I did it well, too.
I don't know about you guys, but I think she should be in prison. A good actress. She's got to be responsible, hands down, for millions of dead babies. And I tried to tell people this a long time ago when it first came out, and people still didn't buy it. That woman was paid to pretend to be all about abortion. She didn't give two shits about any of it. They paid her. She was an actor. That's Jane Roe, I believe, is who that would have been. That's so disturbing. So share that with your friends who think that pro-life is not the right way. Pro-choice is the way to go. Show them what they've been tricked into. Everything's a lie. And that right there is a sad one. It's led to an unfathomable number of deaths. And so, yeah, I think she should be in prison. I don't know what you guys think about that.
That really hurts because Jakes. It's big stakes. It's just really big stakes.
Oh yeah, shut the face.
I had never heard her say anything like this. Never.
God will take care of that one, and I'll tell you what. I will hold on to that video. It's shocking though, isn't it? When you really find out how long the act has been happening. It's so sad and disturbing. I have a couple WTF videos from the week. I don't remember what they are, so we can try and figure it out.
All right, Judicial Watch's president, Tom Fitton, speaking out on new damning documents showing the Obama-era FDA purchased fetal body parts. Here's One America's John Hines.
As the president of Judicial Watch, can you comment on reports of records that you have received from the Obama administration?
We saw that earlier. Saw that one. What's this one?
Happens if you get animals who are infected deliberately. Infected deliberately.
Horrible piece of shit. I can't watch animals be abused. Sorry. I'm guessing you guys can't either, because a lot of you just changed the channel. No, can't do that. I should train people how to handle animals. I've become really, really good at it. And you should never, ever hit your dog. Never. See if I've missed anything today. I could show you this Gilgamesh video going around. Is it real? It's supposed to be connected to Hillary Clinton and stuff. Oh, and I forgot to talk about Elon Musk's black eye. When he showed up today to get the golden key from Trump at the White House, he had a black eye, and he said his little boy punched him in the face. But of course, people are talking all kinds of stories. This is the Nephilim video. And I guess I should provide some backstory real quick. There's some emails connected to Hillary Clinton talking about the grave of Gilgamesh and the Nephilim something during Iraq times. Anyway, this video was with it. I don't know if this is supposed to depict the actual. This gets a little out there. Is the world we live in not really out there anymore? It wouldn't even surprise me, honestly. Beagles are good dogs. All dogs are good dogs. There's just no need to hit a dog. They don't know what they're doing wrong. You know, your dogs want to follow you. You're the leader of the pack. My dogs particularly like to grab onto my arms with their mouth. Their mouth is their hands. We've got hands. They've got their mouth, and they're not doing it because they want to like bite you. They're trying to tug at you. Come play with me. You know, there's a lot of things people don't understand about their animals. I hope. I really don't need to hope. I know we're going to keep seeing the change that we're seeing with the kids and stuff. Just like Starfire's grandson or my granddaughter or your grandchildren. Everything we do now, everything is going to affect how they live years from now. So it's very important. You can change all the politics, you can change the laws, you can change everything. But if you can't change the people, if you can't change the people at heart, it doesn't mean anything. But people will change. People are changing. Think about the things in life that make you angry and upset you. Stress, bills, running around doing the rat race. I mean, I think we will see the best of all of us come out of this once we get to that point. I think we will see everyone at their best trying and in a proud manner. We're going to be proud again of this country. And not just this country. We're going to be proud. We're going to be proud to be American, but we're going to be proud to be humans sharing this beautiful earth together. I really hope we get the place cleaned up. Those trash videos are so sad. So sad. But It's going to be amazing. What will you do when you're not working in the rat race? Maybe you'll have some time when you'll go out and you'll pick up some trash. Hell, I might. I mean, I kind of do already. That's how the world's going to change. It's going to be beautiful. Small businesses will come back. You know, you'll have hardware stores and maybe stores that are just grocery stores instead of these giant Walmarts with all the cheap China stuff. You'll be able to pull food off the shelves of those stores and not have to worry that you're poisoning yourself by eating it. I'm also proud to see Robert F. Kennedy Jr. take the steps to push back against the COVID vaccine and really Trump's entire administration. I think they're doing some good things there. Where things go from here, I don't know. Who we watched the other night, what was he saying? He expected there to be arrests within weeks in regards to Crossfire Hurricane. And you know what? I think they might be right. I wonder how many people they can wrap up in one RICO. In one RICO operation. It's big. It's big. You guys know it's all big. It's all connected. It's one hell of a crime ordeal. I would like to see my gas go down, you know. They said it was going to be lower for Memorial Day, but they jacked it up 10 cents a couple days before and then just lowered it back down on Memorial Day. It never went below $3.19 here in central Illinois. About $3, $3.19, yeah. That I do not understand. I was looking at some old pictures around the time I first started driving and around 9/11. And gas was like $1.42 in the picture. Why are we still paying for post 9/11 gas prices? It's insane. There's no excuse for that. There's no excuse for that. That's purely somebody getting rich, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe I'm wrong on that one, but I don't know. But I do think things are going to change. I think they have to. I think we're really getting to a point. It's really a great point seeing what Trump's doing, keeping the money from these ridiculous colleges that are bringing in people that hate the country and plot against the country, and then we pay for their education. Not to mention, we were paying the Taliban. I mean, how does that make you guys feel? Especially those of you that had sons or daughters that went over to the Middle East to fight these people because we were told they were terrorists. Though they weren't, were they? And we were arming them. We were arming the people shooting back at your children. It's so messed up. That's the kind of stuff they want to just kind of float away, because if we get to focusing on that too much, we'll never be able to rebuild. We'll never be able to move forward. We'll get lost in the vendetta of it all. Yeah, you're right, Billy Powell. There is a lot of greed. It's greed. I think there's no good reason I can think of that the gas prices are what they are. all the time Trump's been over there in the Middle East and all the deals. I don't understand it either. But maybe they're just working on something else energy-wise, and maybe they're just not concerned about gasoline anymore. But it would be nice in the meantime if they would make it cheaper, because it's hard. It's hard to get around, you know. I live in an area where you got to drive. I mean, your grocery stores and stuff are everywhere. But I mean, if you want to drive to a bigger town, you got to go about 50 miles either direction. And that gas goes fast. You know, and I still worry about them cutting people off their SNAP food benefits. It's just one thing I don't believe in dicking around with. If we can hand illegals that just walk into the country thousands of dollars, there's no reason we can't give a woman with 4 kids help, because everybody deserves to eat. Everybody deserves food on their table, clothes on their back, and a roof over their head. I think those are 3 fundamentals of, you know, I'm not saying it's like a God-given right, but do we not all need a roof, clothing, and food? I mean, I don't think anybody should be kept from that or held back from that. And yet all our politicians right now and judges, they're more worried about the criminals. They're worried about the murdering rapists getting a fair trial and stuff. It's sickening. It's pathetic. And it's so revealing of who these people are. And when I see that, it's things like that that remind me of why this movement's real and going where it's going. Sometimes they just can't hide their insanity quite enough. So, I don't know. It's gonna be, I don't know. I think we've got a lot of good things ahead if we get it done right. Don't ask me a time or a day, because I still couldn't tell you. But I feel like things are coming soon. I don't know. You can kind of feel it in the air. Things are charged up. But I think we all had a really long week last week. I know I had a hell of a long week. And a lot of you sound like you did. So prayers for all of you. Prayers especially for Kimberly, who lost her daughter. God be with you, Kim. We're going to get through this. And prayers for Disco and his son, or your son, because I think it'll turn out to be nothing. I think it's going to be okay. I know we all need some prayers right now. Everybody pray for each other. We'll all pray for one another. It really is a blessing to have all of you good people in my life. We've really accomplished something pretty special here in the past year, and we're still here. I'm especially happy to be here because, I mean, my week was bad. Yeah, a lot of people lie for benefits and trade them for drugs, and a lot of people abuse the PPP loans or whatever during COVID. They're coming after everybody for that. Other than that, you know, I think Trump's doing his best. We may not always agree with things, but I think he's doing a good job, and I'm excited to see where things go. And I think we're making history every day. That's kind of why this news is as important to me as it is, to bring it here to you guys, because it's historic. We're making history every day. These are the kinds of moments people will remember in the future. I do like that "Don't Tread on Trump" flag. That is pretty cool. Prayers for Trump, too. Yep. And his family. And for all the white hats, the ones that are still with us and the ones that aren't. Imagine those men and women that gave their lives, knowing that this moment may never come for them. But they did it for us, and we do the same for our future generations. We're going to clean this earth up. We are going to spread love and unity. We're going to celebrate life and not death. And that's just how it's going to be. And there's not a force left on this planet that can stop us from reinvigorating the American spirit. By God, they can't stop us, and they won't stop us. We are Americans, and it's going to mean something again. It's going to be something to be proud of. It's exciting times. And again, I really am proud of these, people we'd call patriot leaders. I'm proud of them doing these roundtables and unifying their message on behalf of all of you, because it helps the learning process. They focus more on the things that they do agree on and that you guys need to learn and that we need to learn. And we've covered quite a few things here. I don't know where you guys were in your Patriot adventures when you got here. I'm not sure. Did any of you come to this channel and this was like your first experience with this stuff? I figured most of you probably already, were paying attention to this stuff, but it's pretty bad, I seen the shit show that politics was, even as a kid, and I don't know. I just know it's going to change, and it just has to change. And we have to do it by the book. I know people don't like the waiting game. I don't like the waiting game. But that process is everything. How they go about what they're doing right now is almost as important as them doing it to begin with. They are representing what America is supposed to be and will be in the future. And if they start breaking laws now to tie nooses for people the irresponsible way, this whole thing crumbles, it falls apart, and Trump becomes a dictator, and we start veering off course. And so, some things are just going to come with time. And we may not enjoy it, but we know it's coming, and that should be enough. We know who they're saving. We know who they're doing it for. We know who we're doing it for. We know why it's so important. And then, of course, we make sure that it never, ever, ever, ever happens again. That's the most important part. We don't want anyone to have to go through some awakening experience 2,000 years from now because we fucked up. Nope, not this time. It's exciting. The entire world's going through a moment. And sometimes I forget that not everyone's on board or paying attention, you know. It feels like we're all on this ride together. And yet, there's a lot of people that just aren't about it, you know. History is important. History and our science, and it's going to be great to get that knowledge back out there. And I hope that's part of what Trump's going to be doing with the American Academy that he's talked about, which will be free and online and college level accreditation. So, by God, we're going awesome places. Maybe I'll go back to school someday. You know, could do anything you want, guys. You're never too old. I had a woman in my radio class, my first semester. It was in her late 60s. That's what happens when you kill off the middle class. People go back to school and schools get overfilled, and nobody wants to spend their entire life at a McDonald's. You know, it's supposed to be like high school jobs. It's all right. Our middle class is gonna come back. That's something I've paid attention to for so very long because I watched factory after factory close down in my part of Illinois. And I watched people lose everything. And then the drugs came in right afterwards and just finalized everything. It's one last boot in the ass. So, I think we got good and caught up with everything today, though, and we're back on track. And when I have time, I'd like to do some little updates on the show, you know. Kind of need to update the intro and things like that. I hope you guys do learn here. Sometimes I kind of go over things without knowing where everybody's at on it. Sometimes I go through it probably a little too fast or blow it off, or sometimes I probably over explain stuff, but yeah, things do always come in those cycles, and you know, no matter what we do to make this what we're doing now last into the future, sooner or later it will come up against a wall of its own. There'll always be pushback sooner or later. It's sort of the nature of the cycle. We just got to pray we don't give them good reason to push way too far back. You know what we've done here, what we are doing here, there's no turning back, you know. There's no Men in Black button and you wake up tomorrow and it's all a bad dream or you just don't remember any of it. There's no turning back. Once the Q post came out, there was no turning back, in my opinion. The harvest is coming. Hopefully that corn was ready a long time ago. Because election equals MAGA to the fourth power over corn. I think it was third power first, but they changed it. Somehow I would think that we could think about this all day, what life's about and stuff, and how it came to be, and we would probably never even get close to the answer. But at the end of the day, we've got each other and we've got God. People overcomplicate things. I've never understood people that were all about money and attention. I don't know. It's all about love. You said it, Jamie. Well, let's see if I got anything else tonight. This is kind of funny. I'm sure you all saw the French Macron president get slapped by his husband/wife. This video is kind of making fun of Who slapped me? That was pretty funny. What that was about. Some Hillary Clinton shit right there. Yeah, Bill Clinton showing up with the black eye. I fell down the stairs, guys. I tried to grab the railing, I just fell. It's the damnedest thing. Oh, I can't wait to see him arrest Comey or any of them at this point. Everyday people. Oh, I forgot to show you guys this. I don't think you guys will like this. I did a lot of looking into this one today, and I forgot to go to it. I actually forgot a couple odd posts, but this one, you're not going to like this one. I did a lot of research on this one. It's very real. This is a patent. That's a nasal swab. It's called microneedle nasal delivery device. The invention is directed to a nasal delivery device comprising one or more microneedles, and the methods of nasally administering a composition with the nasal delivery device comprising one or more microneedles. In certain embodiments, the nasal delivery device comprises a substrate for administration of a composition to the nasal and or sinus mucus, wherein the substrate is non-absorbent and comprises one or more microneedles. It's just, wow. And that patent was filed in 2011, published 2013. Sickening. I know everybody talked about this. I heard people say this so many times, and I thought, okay, that's got to be a little over the top, but I mean, is it? Is it? Like, you really can't even help but ask. I feel like I need to beg my daughter not to take my granddaughter to get any vaccines. But I don't know if she'd listen. I don't know. It's tragic what they're doing to people, what they've done to people. Did you guys see the pizza incidents happening? This has been happening longer than the news talked about because of Pizzagate and the whole Pizzagate stories and all that and yada yada. Apparently, there's been a wave of hundreds of judges across the United States are getting pizza deliveries straight to their front doors from anonymous senders. It's like psychological intimidation. They're sending all the judges pizzas anonymously. It's kind of like saying, I know what you did last summer, bitch. Oh, I love it. That's some hardcore warfare right there. Pizzagate, it will come back around. And you know what? I'm not going to feel bad for the people who are shocked about that one because so many people laughed in my freaking face about that one. And sadly, there's so much evidence about it too that. But the Democrats, they like to laugh it off. They like to simplify it. Oh, they're just joking around about some trafficking operation in the basement of a pizza place. Yeah, that's about a tenth of the story. I do have a documentary about Pizzagate, but I don't figure anybody would probably want to watch that one tonight. Don't want to put anyone else in a depressed mood, but if you guys are fans of Melania Trump, you can listen to her audiobook for free. I should mention that in case any of you like listening to audiobooks. This is Melania, melaniatrump.com. Come here. Melania, the AI audiobook. I'm proud to share with you, Melania, the AI audiobook, narrated entirely using AI and my own voice. My story, my perspective, the truth. I don't know. Something, I guess, if you're bored and want to check it out, it's there, melaniatrump.com. Oh, Patriots. You know, I can't cook, but hearing Juan and Jennifer Mack talk about that cookie contest, I feel like trying to make a cookie. Like, I want to make a badass cookie. And they announced the winner on my birthday. I mean, how perfect is that? Now I just got to learn how to cook. Yep. Still going, Danielle. We are 5 minutes shy of the 6 hour mark. Do it? Do what? You love to watch something else? You want me to put on the Pizzagate documentary? Is that what you're saying? Oh, the cookie idea. Yeah, I should. October. I think they said submissions start in June and end in July. So you get like a month. But you kind of got to go by some of their ingredients, I think Juan said, because, you know, Jennifer Mack does the health food stuff. You'd probably want to get on her website and figure out there's probably some rules you got to go by. I bet I could make something badass out of like some white chocolate and I don't know. White chocolate and peanut butter. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't think I've ever made cookies before in my life. Yeah, it's probably about sleep time, guys. I think I've rambled at you for long enough. Good riddance to a very long week. we're going to chill this weekend and start the week fresh, aren't we, guys? Can you believe it's almost June? It's almost June. Crazy stuff, guys. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Maybe we'll come up with a Patriot cookie and we'll submit it as a team. We could do that. Nighty night, guys. God bless you. Get some sleep. Prayers for all of you. Prayers especially for a few of you. But I usually pray for my whole audience here, my whole group of you. You guys are the best. Awesome group of people. Bum, 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 bum. Is there eclipse tonight? I don't know, Dominic. I have not, I didn't hear about that one. All right. If I keep going, I'll find something else to ramble about. So I suppose it's that time, guys. Love ya. God bless ya. I'll see you all tomorrow night. Sleep well.
I stand with you as a citizen, a veteran, a patriot, but more important, as an American. We stand together as proud patriots who deeply love our country and believe in the principles of freedom. America should not fear our enemies. We should clearly define our enemies, face them head on, and then defeat those that seek to threaten our country.
We have an army of digital soldiers. Hoorah!
I'm here tonight as a determined American who loves our country. And my message to you is very clear. Wake up, America.
got the bodies in the dirt and need someone to blame. Got a penchant for greed and money to spare. They put the dollars in the coffers and the lies in the air. Well, we go one, we go all. I won't push you down, you won't let me fall. One day for sure we will stand tall. Where we go one, we go all. We are the patriots. Trust the plan because we have it all and the fate is in our hands. Had a reason to fool us, but we didn't take the bait. They want to take us to hell, but we got guns at the gate. Where we go one, we go all. I won't push you down, you won't let me fall. One day for sure we will stand tall. Where we go one, we go all. They call it a conspiracy. It's the one last lie. We know who they are, and we got them in our sights. Our knowledge is power. They're running for the hills. If the law don't get them, then we the people will. Well, we go one, we go all. I won't push you down. You won't let me fall. One day for sure we will stand tall. Where we go one, we go all. We go all. I won't push you down. You won't let me fall. One day for sure we will stand tall. Where we go one, we go all.
Give me a good reason, at least two, why you don't like Trump.
He's racist. Yup, boomy. Thank you guys.
Okay, so let me ask you a dumb question. Can you define what does it mean to be racist?
Do you want me to look up a definition?
No. I want you to. You said he's a racist, so you must have a definition of racism in your mind. Tell me what that definition is.
Okay, so, I'm gonna make you guys wait on this. Ooh, zero knowledge.
Guys, please don't heckle. I want to try to understand because these words have a lot of meaning.
Yeah.
But you can't get. I know it's hard on the spot. I just want you to think about it because if you say Trump is a racist, you should be able to easily give a definition of what that word means.
So it's hatred towards another race, right?
So when has he ever exhibited that? Give me clear and specific examples.
Well, yeah, I heard someone say he told. Yes.
Okay, but let me just help you out here.
Uh-huh.
Because you can't give me an example off the top of your head, and even when you phone a friend to the audience. I'm not criticizing you. Maybe the media is lying to you. Maybe the man who's being called a racist is actually someone that's trying to improve lives of all Americans. What, you think he's a racist because the media has told you he's a racist?
I think this is fun, guys, so...
You, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, do solemnly swear
I, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, do solemnly swear
that you will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of your ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
President Johnson, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chief Justice, President Eisenhower, Vice President Nixon, President Truman, Reverend clergy, fellow citizens. We observe today not a victory of party, but a celebration of freedom, symbolizing an end as well as a beginning, signifying renewal as well as change. For I have sworn before you and Almighty God the same solemn oath our forebears prescribed nearly a century and 3/4 ago. The world is very different now, for man holds in his mortal hands the power to abolish all forms of human poverty and all forms of human life. And yet the same revolutionary beliefs for which our forebears fought are still at issue around the globe. The belief that the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God. We dare not forget today that we are the heirs of that first revolution. Let the word go forth from this time and place to friend and foe alike that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by a hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage, and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those human rights to which this nation has always been committed and to which we are committed today at home and around the world. Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe to assure the survival and the success of liberty. This much we pledge and more. To those old allies whose cultural and spiritual origins we share, we pledge the loyalty of faithful friends. United, there is little we cannot do in a host of cooperative ventures. Divided, there is little we can do, for we dare not meet a powerful challenge at odds and split asunder. To those new states whom we welcome to the ranks of the free, we pledge our word that one form of colonial control shall not have passed away merely to be replaced by a far more iron tyranny. We shall not always expect to find them supporting our view, but we shall always hope to find them strongly supporting their own freedom, and to remember that in the past, those who foolishly sought power
the courts are going to be the ones who are shaping policy, does the president wish he would have just become a judge instead?
I think the president would take this job over being. I can confirm that Special Envoy Witkoff and the president submitted a ceasefire proposal to Hamas that Israel backed and supported. Israel signed off on this proposal before it was sent to Hamas. I can also confirm that those discussions are continuing, and we hope that a ceasefire in Gaza will take place so we can return all of the hostages home, and that's been a priority from this administration from the beginning. I won't comment further as we are in the midst of this right now.
Today, it gives me great pleasure to terminate all Department of the Navy's testing on cats and dogs, saving taxpayer dollars and ending these inhumane studies. This is long overdue. In addition to this termination, I'm directing the Surgeon General of the Navy to conduct a comprehensive review of all medical research programs to ensure they align with ethical guidelines, scientific necessity, and our core values of integrity and readiness.
So on Memorial Day, President Trump veered off script during his speech with a scathing attack on Joe Biden. Man, I'm glad Joe isn't alive to hear this.
But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope.
So that street goes from that pyramid straight to Danny Thomas's hospital. There used to be 2 blocks, right? There's 2 blocks that nothing's been built on since they tore down the hospital. That hospital is where they put the pillow over Martin Luther King's mouth and killed him right there. He didn't die at the Lorraine Motel. It's kind of...
For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep.
Right down the street is where they built, is where that 321-foot Bass Pro Shop pyramid is. And of course, that's where we go from dark to light. The darkest days to the lightest days on March 21st, which is 33. On the other side is 9/21. Junior got married on 9/21.
For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God. And the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds, to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore comfort one another with these words. This is the word of the Lord.
The United States went bankrupt on March 9th, 3/9, which when you hold up your OK sign, when you hold up your OK sign to somebody else, not only is it the 666, but the 3 fingers is a W, and your arm in the circle is a P, white power. But on your side, you see your arm in the circle, which is a 9, and the 3 fingers, 93. And of course, 39 and 93 is 132. Not only is Princess Diana 132, but the plane crash, Junior's plane crash, 7 plus 1 plus 6 plus 99 plus the P plus the C is 132. JFK Jr. is alive, 132.
Anthony Weiner in the house. How you doing, my guy? So, I mean,
who are you carrying for?
I'm carrying for a candidate, but hey,
what candidate?
Let's talk about all of those things you guys, you and the Clintons have done over the years with all those people that died, those strange deaths.
Really?
Anthony Weiner, folks, the guy who's been texting minors.
One more to the
Look
list.
at this guy.
Add this guy to the list.
This is Anthony
Jim
Weiner.
Walden, this is who's working for you.
It's almost time,
Jim
folks.
Walden, this is
It's
who's
almost
working
time,
for you.
folks.
Jim Walden.
It's almost time, son. Anthony Weiner, the pedophile.
What about you, pal?
Anthony Weiner.
What about you?
How about all of those?
Drop something?
How about all of those?
Who's it? Jim Walden.
How about all of those?
Jim Walden.
How about all of those crazy
Walden,
deaths
look,
with the
working
Clinton
for you.
family
Jim
and those
Walden.
spirit cookings?
Yeah, add one more.
Yeah, how about all of that
Add one
adrenochrome? What's up with all that
Add
adrenochrome,
one
my
more,
guy?
pal.
You look like you got
You
some
wanna add
adrenochrome.
one more? You want to add one more?
Hey, look at Anthony Weiner, folks. Anthony Weiner. Hey, we about to find out about those Clinton files and all that stuff.
Who are you carrying? Who are you afraid to say?
Let's go.
Can we get us? Say the words.
I have so much to show you. Stop resisting. You have to wake up.
The simplest way I could say it right here, right now, American taxpayer money, your tax dollars, are funding the Taliban right now. And this has been going on since September 2021. On a weekly basis, the United States, the current administration, Mr. Joe Biden, has been sending $40 million, not from his own checking account. It's the U.S. payers, Americans' tax dollars. He's sending them $40 million cash every week that ends up in Afghanistan. And it's a very complex system. The money goes to the Afghanistan International Bank that lacks any authority to convert this dollar to Afghani, to auction it. right? And so this money, AIB gives it to the Taliban-controlled Central Bank of Afghanistan. When I say Central Bank, think Federal Reserves. So the money goes there. Now, who is in charge of Afghanistan's central bank right now? Noor Ahmad Agha, sanctioned terrorist, sanctioned by the United States for financing IED attacks against our soldiers that killed American soldiers. He runs the central bank. He gets $40 million every week. Now, once the money reaches the central bank, they hold what is called a bidding and auctioning session, where they invite individuals that are involved with the Hawala system, licensed money dealers. They invite them, and they're bidding. Everyone bids on who wants to buy this dollar, and for
See the stone set in your eyes, see the thorn twist in your side. I'll wait for you. Sleight of hand and twist of fate, on a bed of nails she makes me wait, and I wait without you, with or without you, with or without you. Through the storm we reach the shore. You gave it all, but I want more, and I'm waiting for you. With or without you, with or without you, I can't live. With or without you. atmosphere. Confusion all around as I try to feed these mouths. Never known singing. And before I land one more tear hit the ground, I will be the one standing between you and the sound of the rounds echoing out of the dark. Smoking the spark aimed at the heart of the flame. I am the keeper. I can
Okay. My daughter was a 29-year-old nurse who was killed by the Pfizer vaccine. And I talk to vaccine-injured people every day. They're being ignored. They are hurting. They aren't getting disability. They aren't getting help from anybody. What are we going to do about this?
I'm so sorry. Y'all couldn't hear that back here, but her daughter is 29, passed away as a complication of the Pfizer vaccine. Is that right, the COVID vaccine? It is an issue around the country, and it hasn't been given the due attention that it needs. We'll have some hearings in the new Congress about that to figure out who's responsible and why. Was there adequate warning and all the rest? It's affected a lot of families around the country. So I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
So sorry.
I'm a pharmacist. I saw the warnings.
Yeah.
They were out there. I was censored.
You were censored?
I was censored on social media, and my daughter died because of it.
Well, she says that some of the warnings were out there, and she tried to share it, and she was censored on social media. That is not a conspiracy theory. That actually happened. You know it did. In fact, there was a big court case that came out on July 4th, not this year, but previous year, 143 pages. The Western District of Louisiana, a federal court looked at all the evidence, and they said that the White House, the Biden-Harris White House, were working with the big tech platforms in Silicon Valley, meeting with them almost weekly through the FBI field office out there, a guy named Elvis Chan. You can Google this, okay? Well, maybe not Google. You can find it elsewhere. But they censored and silenced different viewpoints on the COVID vaccine, the dangers of it, and all that. It's all detailed in this long court opinion. He said the censorship was so great that it was dystopian in its scope. It was like it's some sort of. He said it was the greatest violation of free speech in the history of the First Amendment. Okay, so that's real. It really did happen, and real people suffered because of it. We've got to make sure that people who appreciate and are willing to give their lives to protect our freedoms and the First Amendment and the Second Amendment and all of all of our fundamental freedoms. Those are the people in charge of these decisions, not the big state government elitists. And that's what happened, and that's the problem. And people literally died because of it. And I'm so sorry for your loss. So this guy will fight for those freedoms every single day. You know that. I promise you that. Yes, sir, over here.
Implant aborted baby parts into lab animals. Have you heard of that sort of research?
Yeah, we did an analysis a few years ago showing that over 90% of experiments with using human fetal tissue and putting them involved animals were funded by Fauci's NIAID.
Do you know where they're getting the aborted human fetal tissue?
A lot of it is happening at colleges and universities that have affiliated hospitals that perform that procedure.
Madam Chair, I think we need to look into that as well.
I'm never going to take another vaccine in my life, and I will never trust the government again. I'll also never trust the healthcare system. I'm never going to eat a fucking bug, and I'm never going to comply with lockdowns or masks. I'm never going to believe the mainstream media again. I'm never going to acknowledge your pronouns. And I will never acknowledge a pedophile for anything but that. Although there is one thing I would like to thank our elite pedophiles for. They woke up a group of people that are going to destroy them. I'm here for two things, freedom and up. And I'll tell you right now, I'm running out of freedom.
Put me out in front of the cameras and tell me what to say. That's what I'd say.
Wow.
I take their money and they put me out in front of the cameras and tell me what to say. That's what I'd say.
Wow.
We've gathered here today to pay homage to the children that are being aborted in this abortuary. We're doing this because abortion is wrong. And I, as the former Jane Roe of Roe versus Wade, do regret signing the affidavit for the pro-abortion camps. That was probably about it.
It was all an act.
Yeah. I did it well, too. I am a good actress. Of course, I'm not acting now. I did it well, too.
That really hurts because stakes. It's big stakes. It's just really big stakes.
I had never heard her say anything like this. Never. But I know what we were doing. And there were times I was sure she knew. And I wondered, is she playing us? What I didn't have the guts to say was, because I know damn well we're playing her. What we did with Norma was highly unethical. The jig is up.
CapCut is no longer free, and here it was. So I updated my CapCut to the new version. Then after opening CapCut, I was in shock. So I realized that almost all the features I
Feel the funk, y'all. Let it flow. Till you feel it, y'all. Get down, y'all. Get down. Get up, y'all. Get down.
All right, so I'm out here in Hawaii, and I'm reporting on another complete scandal that FEMA and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers are right at the center of. Behind me here, you can see these tiny homes that were built by and paid for by FEMA to provide temporary housing to Lahaina fire victims. But you won't believe the cost. Each one of these tiny homes is only about 490 square feet, and they're about as basic as they get. But each one of these cost over $826,000 per unit, which is over $1,600 per square foot. This is a total ripoff, and the U.S. taxpayer is paying for it. Check out my next video so I can explain how the state of Hawaii is taking advantage of this.
U.S. foreign policy is being synchronized with the George Soros policy recommendations. And a lot of this is because it's not just that George Soros is the largest donor to the Democrat Party. And, Bill Clinton was obviously the Democrat president. George Soros, provided 2.5 times more than any other single individual to the Democrats in the last election cycle. But it's that
in this last election cycle?
Yeah, for Joe Biden, $100 million. I think the second largest was 40.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Why does the public education system not teach the Declaration of Independence? They'll talk about all kinds of other things, but they will not discuss the American Declaration of Independence. Because the American Declaration of Independence very clearly says that it is the people's duty to overthrow a tyrannical government. The duty of the people to overthrow a tyrannical government. Therein lies the purpose of the Second Amendment. It's not about anything else. Our Second Amendment is so that we can be well armed in the unlikely event that we ever have to 1776 again. Right? Our founding fathers had literally just revolutionary war. They understood the value of the people being well armed. In fact, little history note, the battles of Lexington and Concord that started the Revolutionary War, those were fought over munitions. They had a problem on their hands. So they tried in the middle of the night, they tried to go take the guns. That's where the infamous the British are coming, because they had a system set up because they feared that the tyrants would come try to take their guns. Well, does that sound a little familiar? Does that sound like something that, I don't know, maybe we worry about today? I think the reason they don't teach the Declaration of Independence to children is because if they did, it would red pill the crap out of a whole bunch of young people all across the country, because they would read the grievances of our founding fathers, and they would say, well, hang on, wait a minute, these are the exact same grievances that I have today. See, history never changes itself. It's cyclical. It just repeats over and over and over. And we're not that far off from history repeating itself again. And I think that that's the reason that they don't talk about the Declaration of Independence in our schools. In fact, another reason that they don't discuss the Declaration of Independence in our schools is because the Declaration of Independence directly mentions the name of God Almighty multiple times, right? It says that we understand that our rights are given to us by God and not government.
Ana Paulina Luna, America's Congresswoman from my beloved Florida. This military spouse, Air Force veteran, Maxim model, Turning Point influencer, badass Congresswoman is a force in the United States House of Representatives. She led the resolution to censure Adam Schiff. She's a tireless advocate for fellow veterans in her Tampa Bay area district. She's an excellent communicator and a thought leader in the strident House Freedom Caucus. Did you also know there was a plot to assassinate her during her second and successful run for Congress? In 2021, during the Republican primary for Florida's 13th congressional district, candidate William Robert Braddock III, which, by the way, is just a delightful name, he threatened to have his opponent, Congresswoman Luna, assassinated. In a recorded call with a GOP activist, Braddock claimed that he would employ a Russian-Ukrainian hit squad to eliminate Luna if she continued to perform well in the polls because voters actually like her. If that sounds crazy to you, it sounded crazy to a lot of people. They said she was nuts. They said I was nuts to endorse her. But then listen to the tape.
If the poll says Luna's going to win, she's going to be gone. She's going to disappear. She's a stupid, excuse my language, social media influencer.
Yeah.
There's no reason that she should be in office.
Let's just say that, Luna's going to win.
She won't. And if we have polling that proves she won't, she's going to be gone, period. That's end of discussion. Luna's not an issue.
How do we make her go?
I call up my Russian and Ukrainian hit squad, and within 24 hours, they're sending me pictures of her disappearing. Close battle, combat, Tech 9s, Mac 10s, silencers kind of thing. No snipers. No. Up close and personal, so they know the person. They know that the target is gone. Don't be on the wrong side of supporting Luna.
Yeah.
Because if you're near her when time comes, I just don't want that to happen to you when you've got kids. I'm not just blowing smoke here. I'm being dead ass serious, and it scares the me too.
I don't even know what to say. That's unlike any discussion I've literally ever heard in the context of politics. And when you see that type of a person put themselves up for public office, it makes you wonder what kind of vetting we're doing on them. The incident prompted Luna to seek a restraining order against Braddock, and Braddock subsequently left the country, resided in Thailand, and then later moved to the Philippines. In 2023, he surrendered to authorities in Manila and was extradited to the United States. And just this week, Braddock was sentenced to 3 years in federal prison after pleading guilty to transmitting an interstate threat of injury. I just have to think about 3 years? They gave George Santos 7 years for OnlyFans. This guy was out there threatening to kill his opponent and describing in detail how she was going to be murdered, and he got only 3 years? I think he should rot in prison.
Satan has his army. You just look at the world around you. And to no one's surprise, it's those who are in control of the airwaves. What we see, what we hear, how we live. It's the people in power, because Satan is the ruler of this world. The world, its successes, its riches, are his to give at a price. That's why the devil took Jesus up on the mountain. He could promise him all the kingdoms in the world, but for the price. Just simply fall down and worship him. A price that many in this world pay. You see, that's why evil is in such a large and influential public sphere. Hollywood, the music industry, those who are in control of things of this world, these puppets don't have a mind of their own anymore. They follow their father, the devil. They do his bidding. There is no truth in them because there is no truth in him. These are the people influencing your children. These are not artistic styles, nuances, tendencies. These are purposeful, destructive, and intentional to capture the minds and hearts of our children and the rest of us. Just think about how catchy that one song is, or how memorable that one scene was. And you're an adult. And this is why we don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the darkness of this world. This is why we fight to protect our children. This world is falling fast into darkness. And the funny thing is that these people, they worship a being who bows down to the real king, the one true God Almighty, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. Oh, Satan has an army, all right. But so does God. Just remember, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me, and that includes defeating Satan and his little minions. Never forget that. It's time to put that into practice, and it's time to start fighting back against the evil in this world.
Empaths go through two awakenings. First, they love without limits. They give too much, bend too far, and shrink to make others feel big. It's not weakness. It's survival. It's the fear of being left, the ache of being too much. But eventually something breaks. And when it does, the rebuild begins. Now they love with wisdom. Now they speak with boundaries. Still kind, but not compliant. Still soft, but no longer swallowed. They didn't lose their empathy. They just learned how to wield it.
I can't sit next to this thing.
No worries. I'm going to go speak to the captain.
Please speak to the captain. Please. Oh.
I'm sorry.
Ah! Oh my God, he's assaulting me. I knew it. All these maggots, you just hit me. Oh! Please call the medic. Medic, I need a medic right away.
I didn't do it. I just reported it. I didn't do it.
Oh, I need a medic right now.
She's crazy.
Oh, he
assaulted me. Calm down, okay? Right, we have a solution. Yes. I did speak to the captain, and he does agree that nobody should be in expedition for us.
Thank you
We
so
do have a
much.
seat available in first class.
Thank you
Sir,
so
if you want to
much.
come with me, I'm going to escort you to first class. Okay,
No,
ma'am, you are welcome to sit in
No,
your
you're
seat.
doing the wrong
Please
thing
don't
right now.
raise
You're
your
doing the wrong thing. You know
voice.
what?
This
You don't know who I
is
am. You don't know who I am, but you are going to get the worst reviews, and I feel like you're going to be grounded for a long time. This is your fault.
I understand.
I don't even think you talked to the captain. Get this maggot out of my way, please. Get out of here, maggot.
Speak to you later, ma'am, okay?
Later, I want him now.
All right.
Right now.
In 2005, an arrangement between Canada, Mexico, and the United States was made. This arrangement, unannounced to the public, unregulated by Congress, merges the United States, Mexico, and Canada into one entity, erasing all borders. It's called the North American Union, and you might want to ask yourself why you've never heard of this. In fact, there is only one mainstream reporter who has actually heard of and has had the courage to cover this issue.
President Bush signed a formal agreement that will end the United States as we know it. And he took the step without approval from either the U.S. Congress or the people of the United States.
This isn't some trade agreement. It is a total removal of sovereignty from these countries, which will also result in a completely new currency called the Amero.
The Amero is the proposed new currency for the North American community, which is being developed right now between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico to make a borderless community, much like the EU, and the dollar, Canadian dollar, U.S. dollar, and the Mexican peso replaced by the Amero.
By default of this agreement, the American Constitution will eventually be obsolete. You would think that a situation like this would be on the cover of every major newspaper. That is until you realize that the people who are behind this movement are the same people behind the mainstream media, and you are not told what you're not supposed to know. The last thing the men behind the curtain want is a conscious, informed public capable of critical thinking. They seek to keep you in a distracted